Hello. Hello. How are you? I just wanted to play some Fortnite today. Shall we? ETA? 58 hours? Is it because I'm in solos? I'll wait, chat. I'll wait. Excuse me? Sorry, I'm just watching Hassan also for the tea. He's such a better streamer than me. I'm so sorry, chat. I promise I'm learning. I'm trying to get better. Oh. Yummy, yummy. I'm sipping on sunshine. Could be. Yeah, be. I say 1-1. Here we go. Running is always kind of like bad. My Fortnite's always kind of like laggy. I don't even know where I'm going. What is going on? Waiting. Holy moly. Damn. Oh my goodness. That's stressful. No! The pumpy. Ooh. Run 3. Just what? Yeah, I always go with Pilgor though. I am Pilgor. I am literally Pilgor. That's my buddy. There he is. Eek. Pug. It's Santa Claus. Why is everybody Is that Snoop Dogg Santa Claus? Or there's or is this Snoop? I'm going insane. Jesus. Sorry. Whoops. Oh. Didn't even know you could do that. You can't swim. Like, I just... guess that's how you do it. Town. Oh, shh. Well, honestly, that's a lot. I don't know why they do it. I guess for the chest. Anything here? Oh my god, that was... This must have been the person that won up there. Oh no, I feel so bad. All those fun. Activity toilet bang. No way. No way. Honestly, I love that that back bling. Hello, Juice World. Hello. You. Funny. The Adrian Germans thing is funny. The German. Sorry. basement. Ooh, I'm silver already? Damn. Person looking. Who's this? Who is that? Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Here, I'm too old for Fortnite. Oh, Spider-Gwen. Is that Gwenpool? It's Gwenpool. Oh, I don't know anything anymore. Nope. Oh, 60. Ooh, launcher. Oh, is my kill? Oh my god. Like protected. Damn it, yeah. That's actually sick back bling. Love the Doom. Oh, I have Doom, and I have Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal so fun, but Doom is essential to understand. Plus it's cool.
Look around, stay low, make sure they don't see you. Catch them bad, walk down, face them with the heater. The devil under your feet.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh, 4% pride to have anything. I don't have 5. There. Here we go for another drop, chat. Oh. Okay. I kind of pushed it on that one. You didn't notice at first. Great bait, mate. 8 out of 8. Goodness. Oh. Over two? Not bad. Get a gritty. Off it. Oh. Sorry. Put this out. That way, I guess. Springs. What the? Damn. Real. Yeah, yeah. guess I have to go this way. Holy hell. There should be music. Damn it! It wasn't 19. Yeah, now we're in. Um, get to server 2. That's kind of suck. Alright. I like it. One second. Okay, 1 second, chat. Chat. Da, 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 da. Gonna make a new character. Source. Fly assassin. Okay. I want to name him something, but I don't know what. Thinking something like Stinky? Think. Stinky the. How you spell slippery? Yeah. That's this rogue. Rooms. Perfect. Dolo dolo. Know what my moves are? Whatever anything is. Yeah. Sure. No need to. Okay. Very weak. Just just recharge. I don't know. I think give all party members +2 attributes. That's insane. Ooh. I'm not gonna get anywhere like this. I gotta learn how to use it. My goodness. Okay. Pretty. Okay, let's actually see what we got on Squire. Better stuff. Meow. even. Silly me. Silly me. Um, yeah. Oh, right, double jump. hiding one is right. What's the guy's yes? Let's see. One big. Oh my goodness. Like seeing one. Shows you it's just a place. Oh, I think it. I think that's on my barbarian. I'll take that. And there's a hellhound there. I wanna see. I wanna say hello to that hellhound. Oh. What? Someone? At least I'm low late now. shut up. Band. Oh, no problem. If we have to. Hello. What up? What up? I'm putting a scorch to my other scorch. 8. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the jester ability. Oh, it's level. Yeah, I got the double jump and the tumbling. Yeah. Yeah, I did hide and tumbling. Yeah, look. Shoot. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, let me join up. Yeah, that's what I did to get away from one person that was trying to make a vis to me. Yeah. I was one out the whole entire time because I was fighting mobs. Maybe later. You share gold, right? Look at him. Stinky. I wonder if I make him a cat. You think he'll have a chin strap if he's a cat? Squint. Just a bit. Hell yeah. Yeah, Philly Dion. Check it out. Oh yeah. But what do you do? Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Ether. Cat gang too. Chicken. Yep. Wow. Dumbling them. Oh my god. I'm just trying to get that sweet loot with those logs. Sure. Keep moving it. Oh, I switched it. Another team? Yeah. Oh yeah. Tyler Perry. 28 slick. Hey, shy. Have any knowledge to go around? Benny. Hello. At first dodge. Sick. The blade went right over your head. Magic power? Hell yeah. No, okay. You sipping on helium? Yeah, putting it down for you. It's down. Bartley. Bartley. How do you kill Boy Kisser with the loot? Sipping on that juice. I love you, Bartley. Bartley. Oh, he died.
No, we killed him. No, Bill or no, you killed
Why did you kill Bartley?
Why did you kill Bartley? Did you kill Bartley? Shove the raid. Oh, we gotta go in here. Let's go.
Oh. Wraith got me. Sticky liquid. Yeah, put on some Hubasang. Oh, there's a portal right there. I'm gonna royally shove it up my own ass. Huh. Bar'll do. Oh, I'm going Dr. Pimple Popper. You pop my pimple. Dirty. This, this pimple. We tried to parry. You can parry as a bard. Be sick. Yeah, that's the fighter. 1 second. It's oh shit. I don't even know what songs I have, or do you just play things? You. Music memory. I don't have that. Sick. Yeah. Twirled up. Twirtle do you? Go give him a kiss on the cheek. kill him. Oh yeah. Holy shit. You play sick games. So, what was it? Den of Darkness? Also, when you guys are resting, get that tranquility slot. Can you heal faster? Yeah, don't. Oh, here. Let's see that. Speed. Uh, I don't. Um. I'm going at it. Yeah. Mhm.
I'm looking at my dead friend. Why are you fucking shooting me on purpose? Dude, I'm living a life full of remorse. Why are you shooting me? I'm looking at my friend who just died. And you're shooting me? That's not very genuine. Where are you? A simple ass.
What the fuck? Hell yeah. Let's do it again. I'm going jumpy. And 10. Pinched in Lord. Couple of fellows. Yeah, it's true. Sniping. Yeah. They can't go down on you. Oh, hide. Goofy ass goblin. Taking a piss here. you guys like want me to. Front line.
I ain't never gonna stop.
Oh my god.
You're a little pussycat, that's Oh, you think you hugged it up? Oh, what are you doing? Whoa. Whoa.
They know. They know now. I'm gonna smoke it up then. Back it up. Give me. Start the client. Get some sleepies. Hope you do. Hell yeah. Let's see. Hot fix my miss. Alright. Do it again. Oh, do I? Make a gonna try spectral. I can try to res ya. Just use. Ready? I got it. I'm not. Yeah. Oh. go down immediately. Hmm? Why don't you go right here? Eight minutes. That guy's name. No, the form. Yeah. Mhm. Half 5x5? Check with. No, I already got one. It is.
Please don't forget to subscribe, because a lot of people that watch my videos don't subscribe apparently, and hit that bell so you stay informed with the latest and greatest videos from this channel. I'm also live every day on twitch.tv/Hasanabi after 11 a.m. Pacific. The hog's pen is still trying to get clouded off this. Listen.
Well, this is that moment when all the Trump supporters that had faith, or at least said they had faith, are drowning in their tears right now. But those who still have actual faith are relaxed, calm, chilling, because they know that there's nothing that can stop what's coming. Let me tell you, people, Biden is never going to be the president of our country.
People are texting him like, yo, redneck Trump or Biden's president. He just got inaugurated, brother.
Okay, so I want to put out here for especially the liberals who keep calling Trump supporters like they're in a cult. You guys are in a cult. You're following the 45 cult. You do realize that free thinkers cannot be in a cult. They're not in a cult. If you're in a cult, you're just listening to everything that's told to you and believe everything that's said to you instead of doing the research. So think about that. You're in the cult because you just believe everything that's fed to you on the news.
Oh, I hear them.
Instead of me, a person who believes everything that's fed to him on their Facebook timeline. Me, a smart person, not believing in the conspiracies. Ooh, that's good. That's good stuff. Okay.
Turns out
2 minutes.
I was wrong. Donald Trump is not going to be inaugurated tomorrow, January 20th. But neither is Joe Biden.
Damn, dude. This guy, it has to be a police chief somewhere. You know why I think that? He is too unlike not being a police chief of a department somewhere.
So I guess it all starts in 1871, because that's how long it's been since this has actually been a country. Apparently, we've been a corporation owned by the city of London. This is how far back this goes. We actually haven't been a country, guys. All intel says that Pelosi, Biden, Harris, Pence, all of them are going to be picked up.
What? What intel does he have?
There'll be nobody ratified by the Senate to take the seat. Therefore, the contract with the city of London is null and void. This, in fact, is why the military is as dense as they are in D.C., because they will take custody of the United States. That's why all along this coast, there to there, all along this coast, from there to there, our Navy is lined up. You can see them as far as the horizon goes. North all the way to south, there's naval ships. That's why the military is standing up all across this region. They will take control tomorrow. And then all the evidence of the
No,
fraud
midnight
will
curse.
show that Trump won overwhelmingly.
Ugh.
And then probably, from what I've heard, in March, he will be the 19th president of the United States. The last time we had an actual president of this country was Ulysses S. Grant. Of course, he was the 18th president. So Trump will be the 19th president of the United States.
This is fucking sick. That's awesome. That's actually awesome. What did I tell you? The fucking creativity that hogs engage in. If they could somehow capture that energy, they would make great videos, great movies. The creativity that they engage in to cope with the reality around them is so awesome. The reality that like Joe Biden won and Donald Trump lost, like they would literally make the best movies. But the reason why they currently can is because they just don't know how to harness that creative energy that they use to create victimhood.
If I saw Donald Trump's farewell speech, and yep, I watched it live. My wife looked at me, she was like, "Don't cry." I was like, "I'm not crying." "You're crying." In all seriousness, I was not crying.
Terry's a fucking weak-ass country. We can't even hardly beat a little ragtag fucking outfit like fucking Afghanistan. We was over there for fucking, I don't know, 10 years or better, and didn't accomplish nothing.
Only been in Afghanistan for 10 years. Many people don't know that.
Same with Iraq, same with Iran.
We've been in Iraq and Iran for 10 years as well.
Donald Trump is a fucking bitch.
Ruby? Say something about that?
Fucking weak-ass, pathetic. And about 30 years ago, They should have killed every fucking baby that was born.
It's
for the
not
last
perfect.
30 years, because they're nothing but fucking.
Damn, base pro-abortion. My man talking about baby side, dude. Loves abortion, I guess.
Fucking spineless fucking trash.
I couldn't make the cutoff. I'm dead too. I'm a dead baby. I at the age of 29, I almost made the cutoff, but no, I'm a weak little baby too. I'm a weak baby.
It's January 19th.
Yeah,
I'm done
so-
hearing about this 11-hour shit. Nobody's been pardoned. No
Fuck.
receipts have been
Memory
dropped.
capacity.
Obamagate did not get
Damage it.
declassified.
Obamagate, waiting for Obamagate to get declassified? I thought these people wanted like normal shit. You know what I mean? What happened? Dude, conspiracy theorists have like moved beyond what I thought was like somewhat reasonable as far as demands go. Like, you know, I wanted, you know, UFO stuff to be declassified or something. Like, no, they literally want like really the dumbest shit. Like, what? Obamagate needs to be declassified. Like, what? But there's nothing there. What do you want there to be for them to declassify? Like,
They're smart enough to know that they can't fully take over this country without taking our guns. Some people might ask, well, why the charade? Well, I'll tell you, this entire 4-year charade was simply to identify all of us who they perceived as somebody who would be a dissenter. And that paves the way to taking our guns. It's really as simple as that.
look, you know someone's a real freak. Like, I say this as an ex-smoker. You know someone's a real fucking freak when they smoke with the windows up. Like, there's nothing weirder than smoking with the fucking windows up, dude. What are you doing? That's just so
How do you feel about
psychotic.
somebody?
Hotbox?
How do you feel about somebody who smokes with the windows up, like a cigarette? Nasty. Think. I see. No, just. Bernstein. What is that movement? Oh, he like leaped back and then forth. It was like Biops. I don't think so. No, he was just doing tricks on it. Russian barley. Oh, I hit you. I can still do Spectral.
I don't think he's
Big guy.
smoking
What
marijuana.
else to make of it? But it's
He's hotboxing a cig, dude. That's nasty as
crystal
fuck.
clear to me.
That's the saddest moment, dude. That's a moment of realization that, like, you gotta change some stuff in your life, okay? If you're hotboxing a fucking just regular straight cigarette, that is a moment where you're like, okay, I gotta change some stuff about my life. There's an update
seen
on the
him.
pooping MAGA woman. Update on the pooping MAGA woman. Oh, that's so good.
I cried so much. I can't even believe this is real. Like, this world, this isn't, it's gonna happen to our country. This is sad. And I thought that something was gonna happen today, but it didn't. And everybody's on here keeps saying, oh, something's gonna happen. Y'all been saying this forever, and I was believing it forever. And I'm tired of getting my hopes up on here, seeing people make these videos and all these people thinking they know stuff and don't. I believe it when I see it. But right now, the only person that can do anything is God.
Or, I don't know, yourself, you know? I mean, it's one thing to just, like, go through these motions, right? But the other thing is, like, I don't know, recognizing that you've been duped, which is shitty, okay? Feeling disappointed that, like, every Democrat wasn't executed yesterday, which was, by the way, that is what they're crying about. Like, you have to remember that a lot of the Q people, at least, maybe not like all the regular conservatives, but regular conservatives are just mad because, like, you know, no martial law, no Donald Trump taking over. But a lot of the QAnon people are, like, upset because all of the Democrats were not rounded up and executed for taking part in a deep state pedophile conspiracy. So, like, they might look like they're human when they're crying or showing emotion, but they are hogs. Like, really crazy hogs that believe in the really psychotic nonsense.
I'm not gonna live like this. It's not right. This is America, freedom of speech, and they're taking that away from us.
Nah, you went viral yesterday, lady. Free speech is very much in play for you. Dude, that's awesome, dude.
I don't know what you thought or expected, but I wanted to see.
I can't believe Johnny Sins is on Clapper, dude.
I wanted to see it happen on live TV. I wanted to see him go down.
Random raw stuff. This guy thinks he's so fucking. He thinks he's so crazy. This guy is the guy who posts unironic Joker memes. You know what I mean? Where he's like, I'm disturbed. I'm so disturbed. I want to show my raw thoughts. It's gonna be too hard for me to handle. Maybe you might want to take a seat for this.
Because it's surreal to think that the election fraud and everything that's going on is so blatantly obvious, and yet they're seemingly getting away with it. It doesn't feel real. It's almost unimaginable. I mean, it is unimaginable. Then I got to thinking afterward because I was so pissed watching it. It was just making me angry.
I'm so fucking damaged.
Maybe Q is, I don't know, fucked up. Maybe it's a complete psyop. I don't know. But I know this. I know there are too many dots that connect. There are too many things that have taken place. As it's been said, how many coincidences have to happen before something becomes mathematically impossible? And then you have to stop and you have to think, all those troops, all that military equipment, the way it's set up with all the fencing and the barbed wire, all of the ships off the California coast, the troops mobilized from other states.
Bro, they literally live on a different planet. Like, they're over here like, oh, dude, there's ships off the coast of the U.S. coast. Like, that implies that, like, clearly, you know, the American government's being taken over.
I never believed that God was gonna allow the evil to take over again. I don't understand why God would put President Trump in the White House. to do so many good things, to reveal all of the evilness that was in the world that most of us, a lot of us, didn't know the extent of. And now we just have to live with it. I don't know why God put the people that kill babies and feed and want to live their lives completely opposite of his word. Why they succeed in a lie.
Dude, how fucking privileged is your life that, like, the first time you question God and all the pain that God has shown you is when Democrats win an election rightfully? Really, dude? God damn, dude. How fucking spoiled are you? Like, have you never thought about, I don't know, like, starving babies being born in Africa with HIV and shit? Like, have you never for a second just escaped your own body, peeked beyond the horse blinders that you live with, just to assume that, like, you know, there's fucking kids that melt into their goddamn school bus because of Raytheon?
At Harbor Freight, we design and test our own tools and sell them directly to you. No
on laser guided missile happened to hit their fucking school bus in Yemen. You know what I mean? Like, that kid didn't deserve it. Where's your mom now? Meanwhile, she's over here like, why are Democrats who are killing babies? Why are Democrats winning the election? Like, holy shit, dude. I mean, don't go so far out the fucking Yemen. There are millions of kids in this country, the wealthiest nation on earth, that are food insecure. Like, there's so many other problems that you could be crying about. Meanwhile, you're over here like, Democrats won the election. Why would God do this?
And now the left is going to say that we're the snowflakes and we're the ones having meltdowns. But it's so different because they were upset because they thought their right to kill their children was going to be taken, and their right to cut their dicks off was going to be taken. We are upset because our lives, our freedom, everything.
Like what? One is actually limiting the bodily autonomy of both trans people and women as a whole. The other is what? Like, what are these rights that were taken away from you? Like, your right to be fucking transphobic? Is that what it is? Because even then, it's not. Nothing's gonna happen. Like, you're still gonna be able to do and say transphobic shit. I don't understand. Oh, Big Poppy.
I will never ever call myself a patriot again, because to me, patriots are just cowards. It's all you are. You ain't gonna do nothing. You're not gonna do a fucking thing. You're not gonna do anything but bitch and moan and whine and get on these little sites and say, oh, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, and you're not gonna do dick. The motherfuckers on the left, they got way more balls than the motherfuckers on the right. They are way stronger, way smarter, and got way more power.
Yeah, dude. When I think of those who are powerful, I think of, like, you know, Rose City Antifa. That's whose wishes are being expressed in the Democratic Party as a whole. This guy, his world is so distorted that they, like, legitimately think Antifa holds any sort of material power. That it's, an organization, and two, like, actually controls the reins of the Democratic Party or some shit. That's great.
Okay, guys, so it's gonna get creepier. You ready? RH negative blood, the rarest blood type in the world. 15% of the world's population, just 15%. But the majority of our presidents have had it. And it's so weird because through genealogy, you find out that the majority of these people are actually freaking related. Did you know that Obama is actually related to Sarah Palin somehow through genealogy?
You know, President Sarah Palin. Guys, I don't want to freak you out, but did you know that George W. Bush is related to George H.W. Bush? That's fucking crazy. I know. This guy never became president. Neither of them did. But did you know that Mitt Romney, who lost the election to Obama, is related to George Romney, who also ran for president? Jeb Bush, who ran for president, also related to George W. Bush and George H.W. Bush. Fucking crazy.
They all have one common denominator. King John. That is right. They're all related to King John somehow. The same King John that signed the Magna Carta. So, is it possible that this royal bloodline has been empowered this whole freaking time? But wait, the rabbit hole goes deeper.
Wait, I want to go deeper in the rabbit hole. What the fuck? Please post updates.
No hate, just facts. So the first day in office, the first person Joe Biden fired was a black man. The Surgeon General. What did he do so wrong to you, Joe Biden? Answer me
Silver
that question. And then y'all call Donald Trump
No,
a
is it
racist.
silver channel?
You stole the election,
Oh, this is
sleepy
gold
creeper
goblet.
Joe, and now you're letting your racist side show. You say that you want to unite this country.
They're different.
Stop racism. But the first person you fire is a black man.
You need
got
gold
him,
goblet
dude.
and a silver
Don't look
chalice.
too good on you, Joe.
No, it don't. You're right, brother. Does this guy have an intense, like, got a fart energy? I thought he was in the bathroom. I thought we were gonna, like, accidentally see his dick or something. This is so good. Keith Garvey has testosterone. Oh, man, that's good. This entire thread was golden, dude. Good shit.
One platform, any website, unlimited creation.
That Jubilee vid is mildly infuriating and may produce a Joker moment. Oh no. This is gonna break you? Oh no.
As a real estate guy, I can make millions of dollars and use the exact same tax loopholes that a Donald Trump would use and pay effectively no tax. And does that make me a bad guy, or did I just study?
Yes, it just makes you a bad guy, makes the system bad. It makes everything bad. Automatically, dude. It's like the moment that you're like, I love being a landlord. It's the greatest thing. I'm like, nope, not a good person. Sorry. I tell this to my friends who want to become landlords. I'm like, don't do it. It's terrible.
Step forward if you agree. Being poor is a choice.
I do not want to be disingenuous.
No! Are you... Okay, dude. No. This video will cause me to get banned. Oh my god. Oh my god. I will blow up. I will explode. I will spontaneously combust. First question, being poor is a choice? What the kind of take is this, dude? Are you a teacher in Oklahoma that literally has to scrounge up as many little dollars as you can on the side to make sure that you buy your own school supplies because the state hasn't raised your income in like 2 generations, and you have to actually find yourself doing Uber rides at night in an effort to make sure that your kids aren't eating top ramen every night? Well, guess what? You're poor because it's your choice to be poor. Why don't you choose to be rich? Why don't you choose to just not be poor? What a stupid person you are, you poor bitch. Go on Indeed.com and push the Indeed slider to a fucking teaching profession that actually pays you a living wage. Let's not even consider the fucking reality that the budget shortfall is straight up baked into your existence.
Under
Okay?
Royal
That like
Bangle.
childcare, car payments, and all this other shit makes living as a poor person incredibly fucking expensive. But fuck that, dude. Hey, it's just a mindset, dog. Why don't you get the fucking alpha brain rich person mindset? All of a sudden, you'll be rich, dude. Yeah, totally. Great fucking take. One of them is a poor person, too. Maybe that person is poor by design, okay? By choice, because they were too fucking stupid and literally think being poor is a choice.
I feel like it's 2021 and there's a lot of free resources. I mean, Facebook has a lot of free courses.
Oh, dude, MLM. That's a MLM Andy. Straight up. That's a fucking Avalon, Herbalife, Andy right here. Straight the fuck up. No, I don't mean Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, by the way. But that 100% is a Herbalife lady.
There's also a mindset.
Most people in general don't choose to be poor, but since I've been here specifically in LA, a lot of people outside, they don't want to come into the shelter because they'd rather be in the tents.
I mean, I grew up poor, so I have been on both sides of the coin, and I can reflect and look back on some of the lifestyle choices that I was making, some of the people that I was hanging around. So I don't think that people can initially control if they're born into poverty, but I think that there is a certain level of control that comes along with being able to have that determination and that resilience.
Yeah, dude, being poor is a mindset. Also, people choose not to be inside a homeless shelter. They choose to fucking fucking literally live in tents and eat trash instead, but I will not examine what kind of systemic failures that represents and instead just say, oh, you're choosing to fucking live in a tent and eat shit and trash. Let's not examine the systemic problems that fucking presents in and of itself.
We need to realize that these people are on the street not because of their own choosing.
This is kind of funny. David, poor. They're like, broke boy. David, broke boy.
Some people don't even want to be rich. Like, I don't want to be rich. Like, but I also don't want to be poor. I'm happy in the middle. And I would
That happens sometimes before.
Perpetuate people to live themselves.
I respect this dude. This guy's awesome. This fucking dude is dope. I totally understand. He's right. It's like, you don't want to be rich. You don't want to be poor. The most important fucking thing for me specifically, as well as people like this, is the fact that you want to be comfortable. You want freedom. I care about being able to continue doing what I do no matter what. I care about the freedom that I have because of this community, from sponsorships that I don't need to take. I care about not being able, not having to stop myself, not having to censor myself, having all complete editorial freedom with the knowledge that I can fucking go around, say whatever the fuck I want, even if it is against people in powerful places, people in positions of power, or even when it's like completely against the common attitude that the overwhelming majority holds on to, like it's a fucking fact of life. I would not be able to do that if I did not have the financial independence and security by having a community like this offers. Yeah, like the fucking Crackergate saga. Yes, like using the term
Billionaires should not exist.
I don't see how anyone could ever spend $1 billion. It's not a necessity to have that much money, and I feel like there is a certain cap in which you can completely survive and thrive with this amount of money, and then if you surpass that, you're just hoarding.
And then we've seen what people with billions of dollars are doing with their money. They're going to space for fun. Like, clearly.
Bro, the existence of billionaires is an indication that there is a systemic failure, just like every single homeless person is in the exact same way an indication of systemic failures, a policy failure. The level of wealth hoarding that these people engage in is absolutely unimaginably psychotic. It is insane.
When you look at a lot of billionaires who have gotten that way because of the just incredible amount of value they've given to society, I won't even talk about a huge, crazy billionaire. I'll talk about Jay-Z, who's a billionaire. He made amazing music. That's how he became a billionaire.
Dog, what about you? You're literally a fucking landlord. Also, Jay-Z didn't become a billionaire because he fucking made music. He became a billionaire because he owns a fuckload of brands and shit.
I completely disagree. I feel like that is the government's job. And Jay-Z, like you said, Jay-Z made his money from music. That's his labor. He's a musician. He's selling his talent. But then when he invested in alcohol, then he's using other people who are harvesting the wheat, the agave. They're breaking their back. They're using their labor.
So do you think that he shouldn't invest in those people?
What about the job?
What do you mean?
They're having jobs.
Yeah, but how much are they getting paid for the jobs? Or those jobs in the third world where they're getting paid pennies,
Yeah,
and then
versus
Jay-Z
no
makes
job.
millions off their labor.
How many people?
This dude's awesome, and he's right. And anyone who fucking cries about it, juicer or not, is literally fucking a dumbass. His worldview is more aligned with your own personal interest, whether you recognize it or not. Some of your daddies and mommies might be like fucking an owner of like a fucking, I don't know, used car dealership or some shit. But ultimately, most of you, straight the fuck up, are going to benefit from more people believing this exact same thing and advocating for this exact same idea. Such a brain dead argument. Well, at least my slaves are fed. If I wasn't there, they would starve. Yeah, 100%. It's the same exact argument. It's not just the money that's the issue. It's the power they hold over everyone else. They will inevitably tilt the scales towards them. I don't really give a shit about some jackass buying a yacht. Yeah, I am a hedonist. I don't personally give a fuck about people buying dumb shit. Or my entertainment largely revolves around streaming for 8 hours to people that I may never actually meet. That's how I entertain myself, but I personally understand how some people like to fucking consume commodities. I like to consume commodities every now and then as well, and sometimes even use drugs or alcohol. So there's that. I get that reality. I don't give a shit about that. It is more so the wealth hoarding in a system that is completely unbalanced, that perpetuates that same cycle of structural violence in the form of poverty. That's the issue.
People who make $1 billion get a fraction of the value they create. Everybody here who has a business understands that. Even Jay-Z only gets 15 cents a record he sells.
That's because he got exploited by the record label who's using his label to make money.
You keep using the word exploited like you understand the record business, for which I'm in. Record labels back hundreds of artists. Do you know how many go busto? Okay? They're taking risks.
Oh my God. This dude is not going to say the record industry is not like, first of all, there's exploitation in the Marxist sense, which is the extraction of surplus labor value. The company taking more than you actually fucking put in the form of work, right? That's called profits. That's the Marxist understanding of exploitation. But then there's even the exploitation that capitalists understand, right? Like the colloquial understanding of exploitation, which record labels are fucking famous for doing. You got slavery, and then you got record label 360 deals. Straight the fuck up. It's not even a joke. It's like the most contemporary example of exploitation that everyone agrees on. Even capitalists. Like most capitalists will look at what record labels do and they're like, well, that's fucked up, bro.
Was I in?
This motherfucker is defending that shit. It is the most predatory fucking industry, dude. I have a song with almost 10 million plays. I own less than 10%. Record labels are dog shit.
The tapes paying the engineers, marketing, etc. They're exploiting them. They're taking on a bet.
Yeah, dude, they're taking on a bet. Meanwhile, the guy who like actually fucking produced the music while living out of his car, that guy, what was he doing? He was in the lap of luxury, right? Dumbass. That guy's taking the real fucking bet. And most importantly, fuck the bet. That guy is literally putting his life on the line and also making the material. So suck my dick. What kind of bets would you take if there was no fucking artist to sign on a fucking insane 360 deal, okay? None. You would be taking no bets because you'd be fucked. You'd be looking for like AI to produce music or some shit. Yo, that sucks, dude. That is so fucking lame.
Just give everybody 50-50, they'll go bankrupt.
Oh my God, if they give everybody 50-50, they'll go bankrupt?
Players.
What kind of okay, then they deserve to go bankrupt. What kind of fucking idiotic take is this? So what, just because they're taking a fucking bet, some people make $10, give them 50% of the $10. Some people make $1 million, give them 50% of $1 million. Why is it like predatory lending? The way that like record labels have to survive. There is not a single fucking musician that'll be like, oh yeah, I love record labels, actually they're great. I've never met a single fucking musician that's like, record labels are tight. Maybe indie record labels that are owned by other musicians, but beyond that, most of them get acquired by the three big ones anyway and become dog shit regardless. Even indie record labels are fucking bad usually.
I actually have a question of how you define exploited and why you're saying that.
I'm using exploited in the Marxian term where your labor creates value and then your employer
I love this dude. This dude is fucking based. He's awesome.
Value and distributes it unevenly to themselves and then leaves the rest for the workers. That's exploitation.
The economy is rigged.
If you're born in a rich family, you have more opportunities. And as someone who is poor, living paycheck to paycheck, you're stuck having to apply to jobs and settle.
Bro, how the fuck do people not universally agree that the economy is rigged? You can say that the economy is rigged and like benefits rich people, but that kind of wealth hoarding is actually overall a good thing. You can say that the economy is rigged, but it's not a good thing, obviously. But this notion that the economy isn't rigged is a silly one, okay? How the fuck do you believe in such nonsensical bullshit?
I agree and disagree. I agree that it's rigged to incentivize certain areas and behaviors, like we have millions and millions of farm subsidies, so it supports agribusiness.
What the fuck? This guy's like, it's rigged, but in all the ways where I'm not making money. It's definitely not rigged in the ways that I'm making money, but definitely rigged in all the other ways. Like, dude, it's rigged. Just say it's rigged.
But who creates the value? It's the workers who create the value.
Listen, there's people who take risk and they risk their money. That's creating value. What you discount is the person willing to risk their savings and provide capital for that venture and to be paid less. So if it goes busto,
bro, dude, take all the guys, take this guy's money and it's and he keeps saying busto, and I fucking hate that. Okay, straight up. If you're saying busto, I'm taking all your money. You said busto like 8 times. Okay. Oh well, it's busto, buddy. Let me just say something. Okay. Hey, you can't fucking cry about risk taking if you design the entire economy in a way where you minimize the actual risk. You can't say, y'all, we're risk taking, and then fucking complain when the government goes and builds fucking Section 8 housing down the street. If you're gonna treat your fucking house as an investment vehicle, well, congratulations, you took a risk and you got fucked, okay? But we don't do that. We never do that? Because the entire capitalist system is designed in a way where we mitigate the risk for those risk takers, okay? For those who own capital. The largest risk that the capital owner takes is potentially becoming a laborer, a worker again. Because that's what happens. Your fucking shit goes sideways, goes busto, as this bald man is saying. I can still be balding, I hope. And what's the unforeseeable, or what's the outcome of that? Okay, if you can't take advantage of the million different things that the government offers you, if you are failing upwards once you get to a certain level of wealth, what do? Do they kill you? Do they take you out back when your business goes fucking what would you though? What do? They take you out back and put one in the back of your head? Do they put you in prison? No. You become a fucking worker. Why is the capital owner afraid of becoming a worker? Well, because they know how the fucking workers are treated under their reign. It's like when racist white people are terrified of becoming a minority. Why? Because they know how they treat minorities, and they're worried that minorities, if they become a majority, will treat them in the same inhumane ways. There's no guarantee that that'll happen, but that's precisely what the fuck rich people are afraid of. You being bald is the equivalent of a white Hispanic being pro-border wall and anti-immigration? Fuck off, dude. Fuck off. I got a little bit of recession going on, okay?
You discount the role of capital and savings in any type of venture. Like, my mom didn't want to be rich. She wanted to be a school teacher and work and do that and live in the middle ground, and that's fine.
Bro, that's so fucking dumb. Oh my god, you're such a piece of shit, dude. Your mom literally busted her fucking ass so you could get a good education and have opportunities that were not provided to her. You're over here being like, my mom didn't want to make money, that's why she became a school teacher.
I run a hedge fund, I do investments and other things. I manage my own money. How much I make annually, sometimes I lose money, but I say on average over 10 months.
Dude, it doesn't help that they're such like perennial fucking dorks too. It really blows my mind that motherfuckers look at guys like this in a situation like this and go, wow, that guy is poggers. I love that guy. It really does fucking feel weird, you know? I don't understand how the fuck you can look at this guy and go, oh man, he has a hedge fund, poggers.
As a real estate guy, I can make millions of dollars and use the exact same tax loopholes that a Donald Trump would use and pay effectively no tax. And does that make me a bad guy, or did I just study the tax code?
It makes you a bad guy, yeah.
You think so?
If you do that, yeah.
I'm following the law to a T.
The law is wrong, yeah.
Why is it wrong? It's the law.
I'm not.
Why is it wrong? It's the law. Immediately hit him with the fucking slavery. Anytime someone tries to put fucking legality above morality, just hit him with the slavery. Be like, oh yeah, really? That's interesting. And to himself, enslaving humans is the law. Freeing black folk is against the law. Kind of weird that you're pro-slavery. Just immediately, just like a gunslinger. You know what I mean? You go up to someone, you go, town ain't big enough for the both of us. Bam! Slavery, it's legal. Holocaust Germany, legal to put Jewish people in concentration camps, illegal to break them out. Can't believe you are in support of that. Also, by the way, slavery is still technically in America. Holocaust Germany. Okay, shut up. I already said I'm stupid. Tom, can you enlighten me? When you say slavery is still legal in America, what do you mean? Like wage theft and making people live from paycheck to paycheck? No, dude. No, like literally slavery. The 13th Amendment in the United States Constitution allows you to continue slave labor within prison. Slavery is illegal except for as a punishment for crime. Like it is weird that people don't know this. It's like so fucking strange.
No, the law is written to encourage investment, is which they want. So he's investing. So like the law is written to encourage certain things. If you disagree with it, you can go lobby and change. But he's not a bad guy.
Just go lobby, forehead. Yeah, that's why I'm launching my lobbying initiative. I'm gonna lobby a bourgeois government to implement socialism through the fucking streaming funds that it's cultivated. It's all gonna work out really well, folks. Let's do it. I'll just do some media share. I'll do like a subathon, and then I'll go lobby the government. Lobbying is just another one of the many functions that a bourgeois government engages in. Okay, it's just another way to codify and legalize bribery in a system that already is created to turn out exactly these kinds of results that benefit the mega wealthy. It's idiotic to assume that you could just fucking lobby your way into especially when considering how much money everyone else has. And they certainly don't want your lobbying efforts to work. Also, I love telling a Disney employee that makes 33 grand a year that he just wants to be poor because he hasn't been able to lobby the government. Dog, Disney is so powerful that they have historically created patent laws specifically around their own intellectual property. But even outside of that, like they literally change patent laws, okay, regularly to protect Mickey Mouse. Not only that, but also Disneyland was so fucking powerful that in the beginning of COVID, they got Gruesome Gavin, Governor Newsom. They got Group Sex Newsom to fucking literally carve out a specific allowance for Disneyland to not abide by the COVID restrictions in the beginning of the pandemic. Gruesome Gavin Newsom, man most famous for cucking Donald Trump Jr. and also sending me a happy birthday message when I turned 30.
But I mean, I had an epiphany and I literally woke up one day and I was like, I cannot live the rest of my life like this. And I don't care if people call me lame, square, they're gonna question my blackness. I mean, I don't care. I'm getting out.
Well, speaking about blackness, do you think there's a correlation between people from the African diaspora and people of color and poverty? You think there's like a relationship there?
It's true that, you know, I belong to a community that makes less than certain other communities. That's true. Significantly less, but you can't look at differences between groups and say it's only because of systems. Systems played a huge deal to it. I'm not discounting it at all. Like, it's a real big deal, and we're working to change that. But also, I mean, statistically, like people from my old neighborhood and people, you know, around in these communities, they spend about 50% more on shoes than people who are not in those neighborhoods.
Oh, come on, dude. Come the fuck. Even I think she's gonna be like, no. Oh, come on, dude. Straight up Candace Owens shit. Yeah, black people are poor because they buy expensive shoes. Yeah. Look how he fucking hand waved away. Literally 2 centuries worth of intergenerational poverty, like slavery, rape, mass exploitation in the form of fucking poverty, systemic discrimination in the form of like Jim Crow laws and continued subjugation of black people, and the contemporary effects of that. He was like, yeah, you know, that was a thing, but like also black people do be buying shoes. That's fucking insane. You can't just literally on the one hand be like, well, all that stuff happened, but also black people like to buy expensive shoes. First of all, people should be able to buy whatever the fuck they want. But the idea that like systemic racism can be fucking hand waved away and then you turn around and hyper focus on the weird stereotype that like black people like fucking fancy shit and that somehow contributes to generational poverty that they're subjected to more than like the slavery stuff is yet another byproduct of, unfortunately, growing up in a white supremacist education system.
Well, not only that, Todd, but I think I looked up a recent statistic that said that Asian households, their children tend to spend 13 to 15 hours a week, where in a black household, it's like 3 hours.
What the fuck? Okay, first of all, dude, what is happening, dude? What the fuck is going on? Okay. First of all, comparing black people to an all-encompassing Asian stereotype of the model minority is incredibly damaging for multiple different reasons. First of all, this might come as a shock to you. When we talk about black people in America, for the most part, we're talking about African descended. When we talk about Asian people, we are talking about people from incredibly different geopolitical situations that are coming in as either refugee status and are, or we're talking about incredibly wealthy people that are coming from very different backgrounds that are able to come here by purchasing land or by, you know, starting a business or anything like that. So that's like idiotic to compare black people in America to, you know, the entire Asian population in America. You look at like the Vietnamese population here and the education level and the result of you know, Vietnamese Americans is drastically different than, you know, Chinese Americans, for example.
My name is Hanifa. I'm an author, and I'm currently homeless, so I don't make any money right now. I grew up Muslim my entire life. And in Islam, it is permissible to marry your cousin, so my family enforced sexual activities with cousins. It led to me having to flee my home.
This video is a collection, a consortium of all of the fucking worst fucking things I've seen so far. It just like every time I'm thinking the video can't get worse, they straight up add top of it to make it even worse than it was before. We're like, wait a minute, what the fuck? And by the way, the names of Islam and not like Islam.
That's the most embarrassing thing I've ever heard. Nice try, bud.
$15 an hour is not enough
Damn.
for minimum wage.
I did have a question for you two. You both mentioned that you suffer from addiction and that as soon as you get a paycheck, it's gone, whether it's gambling or weed or shopping.
Todd's about to be like, that's why you shouldn't get paid, because that means you won't have enough money to fucking, you know, buy weed. He's like, this is why we didn't. I'm just kidding. He walked up for $15 minimum wage, so I guess he's like, all right. Technically, he is a landlord though, so maybe he's like, you know, $15 minimum wage is good. That means I can raise my prices. Wait. Hold on. I don't see a couple business owners in that group. Old man and the Asian lady are surprisingly not there. If I recall, didn't she literally say, I pay my workers enough earlier? More than enough? I'm sure she's not up here because she thinks like it needs to be even more than $15. $15 is not enough for minimum wage. She probably misunderstood.
A lot of jobs will pay minimum wage, but they will expect maximum effort. And I'm like, if you're gonna pay me minimum wage, I'm putting in the bare minimum effort.
I've always looked at it the opposite way. Like if I go into a company and they're paying me minimum wage, I do everything that I can to get promoted.
Yeah, bro, that's how it works. I swear. Definitely, dude. Like, ironically, here, you want to know something? That's why this dude got lucky. You want to know why? Because what the other guy, what Starchild over here is talking about is literally smarter. He's right. If I'm getting paid minimum wage, I'm going to do the least amount of work fucking possible. You're saying I should get paid the federally least amount of money that you can pay me. So I'm literally going to give the least amount of effort. That is unironically smart. That's fucking smart. That other guy is an idiot. Oh, dude, if I just do more work for fucking no money, maybe my bosses will appreciate me and decide to give me more money. It's like, no, minimum wage, minimum effort. He's right. So if there was truly a meritocracy, this motherfucker would be rich while this motherfucker would be poor because he is operating on his class interest. Your boss wants to pay you the least amount that he physically can while getting the most amount of work out of you. The worker, on the other hand, wants to work the least amount of hours for the most amount of pay possible. He's operating on a class-conscious basis. He understands the position that he's in. He's right. This guy, on the other hand, if he was ever a worker, which I'm sure he was, he's literally operating against his class interest.
When you grow up the way I did with no money and your mom is struggling and crying herself to sleep every night because you can't pay the bills, that takes a toll on you as a kid and seeing that struggle. I got my first job when I was 12 years old, literally shoveling horse poop for $3 an hour.
Bro, homie's like, I did child labor and it was sick. I shoveled the most horse poop as literally a child laborer. Okay, at the age of 12, I was doing child labor and it was fucking sick. So maybe you guys should also do child labor. It's fucking dope. What happened, bro? Did you eat some of the poop that this is what is like the outcome? Like what kind of fucking brain problems do you have, dude? Holy shit. I mean, this is pure survivor bias. 100%. Yes, chatter, you are correct. My man literally is admitting that shit was fucked, but not recognizing how fucked shit was. Actually, and I mean literally, I mean shit literally and figuratively in this situation.
For me, my mindset is working minimum wage is always temporary.
Oh, sick mindset, dude. What about for all the people that it's not? First of all, that's a fucking meme, okay? Like, we're not in 1965 anymore, Ginny, okay? Black people and white people in most places can drink from the same water fountain, and you don't have, like, a starter job as a minimum wage job. There are hella fucking people. I think 60% of the people that get paid minimum wage are actually full-blown adults that rely on that as their fucking main source of income. Holy shit. What the fuck? I hate this fucking meme. I hate this meta. It is totally fucking outdated. People still act like you can buy a house for like, you know, $1,000 or whatever the fuck. Oh my god.
Many years ago, you could go live on the lake. You don't have to work for somebody in order to survive. All the land is taken. It's in federal land. You can't go fishing in these federal streams. You can't do that. So that's not possible at scale. In order to survive, you must work for someone else. That forces wages down, right? People can't just go, F you, I'm not gonna work, I'm gonna chill and work on my novel or do whatever.
But like, why not? I mean, seriously, at least he's honest. At least the fucking mega wealthy friends with Dan Bilzerian is honest, which is like someone still has to clean the shit. Someone has to clean the toilet. And he's right about that. It's brutally honest, but he's right about that. And that is the main difference between like people who admit that capitalism is a brutal system and people who refuse to recognize that, okay? The idea that someone has to keep the economy going and that someone is gonna be you because you were born into a shittier zip code than others is the unfortunate reality under capitalism and the way that the two classes consistently fight against one another. 1/3 of minimum wage workers are over 30. 88% are older than 20 years old. The average age of the minimum wage worker is 35 years old. 88% are not teenagers. They're older than the 20 years of age. 36% are older than 40, and 56% are women. And 28% of minimum wage workers have children. 55% of minimum wage workers work full time. And on average, they earn half of their family's total income. This idea, this false notion that minimum wage is actually simply just regular shit that you do when you're a fucking teenager, when you work at the soda pop factory. When dad comes home from the racism factory after a long day and beats mom, you come home from the soda pop machine where you're a soda jerk working for 3 cents an hour minimum wage. Like, that's not how that shit works anymore, okay? Dad comes home from the racism factory, you're a soda jerk, you're putting enough money behind to pay for college education that also costs $10 a semester, so you can go in and get a job with a firm handshake.
Don't pay people based on what they need. What kind of point is this? I get you minimum effort. There's certain jobs that are not worth $8 an hour. It's not worth
Why? Literally, why not? Right now, in this day and age, with inflation where it's at, there's not a single fucking job that you can do where you are not generating $15 fucking dollars or more, actually, more than $15 in the hour that you are working.
I want you to watch TV for an hour in your house and tell me how many commercials come up, because I'm doing a survey. I'm gonna pay you $7 an hour. You think I should have to pay you $15 an hour for that?
Wait, that's so fucking dumb. Here's the difference between me and that guy. I believe that if you're fucking counting ads and the amount of money that the surveying company makes as a consequence of that, or the amount of value that you're generating for the company is far greater than the fucking $7 an hour, then pay him more. That's how this works. Even then it doesn't fucking matter, because what you're describing is like literally not a fucking full-time a job that you can live off of, but it should be if that is a job. You just like made up a fucking situation. And ultimately, that ad counter still has to drive over to the fucking place of work. They still have to sit there for many hours. They're not making any money during that for doing other shit. They still have to fucking eat so they can count your ads. They still have to fucking put a roof over their table or put a roof over their house.
More money, like more social responsibility, right? Going back to.
What does that mean?
Like, if you're a billionaire, then you have social responsibility to take care of
What the fuck? Oh man, poor billionaires. They got such a bad fucking. Their situation is so bad. Yeah, that's why you always see billionaires fucking willingly parting ways with their money. Psycho. That's bullshit. Here's the evidence of it. Being rich is fucking dope, especially in America. It's a fucking playground. If you're poor in America, you're fucked. You're literally living, in certain circumstances, you're living in developing nation conditions, okay? And sometimes even worse than that, because at least some developing nations will stretch out their fucking dollar and offer you some services. America does not. Guess what? I don't see any fucking billionaires being like, yeah, I want to live a life of fucking quiet solitude as like a middle-class person. So I'm just gonna fucking straight up I'm gonna straight up fucking sell all of my stake and my ownership in all the companies that I own and then fucking give it away. That doesn't happen. You want to know why? Because being rich is fucking dope. It's freedom, okay? You get freedom from that. It's the most freedom you can get. That's the reality. Fucking bullshit. And I say this as someone who had to fucking penny pinch. I say this as someone who had to fucking go get manager special chicken at Ralph's so I could still get a decent amount of protein, because a lot of expiration dates are bullshit regardless. I say this as someone who was like, I can't go out because I don't fucking, I'm not gonna be able to drink, or I'm not gonna be able to fucking Uber. I don't know how much money I have left in the end of the month. Doing all of that weighs on you, okay? That's the fucking bag that you're wearing on top of everything else every single fucking day when you are not, you know, when you're not well off. You never have to think about that. The first moment where I felt like, holy shit, I'm actually in like a really good financial situation was when I recognized like, I don't even have to ever have that fucking anxiety when I call an Uber. Never. Like that I don't have to look at how much the Uber is going to cost and whether or not I'm going to have enough money that I budgeted out in the end of the month. This isn't to say that like, I mean, I was like struggling. There was people that struggled way worse than me and still do to this day. But do not misunderstand my point. But ultimately, it's great. It's a wonderful thing. It's very expensive to be broke. And when you have money, especially up to a certain degree, especially up to a certain level, you get so much fucking freedom all of a sudden. That burden off of your shoulders that you live with every single day is taken off your shoulders. It's lifted. You no longer have that thing weighing on you all the goddamn time. Also, that's precisely the reason why you never see rich people be like, yeah, I fucking want to be broke. This is the worst Jubilee video I've ever fucking watched.
Still there.
These are Japanese survival rations from 1973, 1982, and 2009. Starting off with the newest one, a vinyl pouch.
Jesus.
It's
just 24.
It's submerged. See, it's just gonna give it a little bit of protection from emergency food. These were equipped on various commercial airliner jets. Check that out. It's a 5-man, 24-hour ration. Each one of these provides food for the person. See, packed in 2009, 3-year shelf life.
Oops.
Probably more like a 5 or 10-year shelf life.
It was about to come.
BNU Nutrition Company Limited.
Who's edging that, boss?
Check it out. That tape could be pretty useful. It's reclosable, reflective. The compressed bar is 245 calories. Each jelly candy is 61 calories. You could probably catch some rainwater in this and get water out of a raft. Just ladle it out.
Mother.
Probably could.
Just tell him you're the.
You're landed on an island. Biscuit bars. That's the A component. Again.
Yeah,
this is
both.
245
No,
calories.
he's the father.
It is going to be like an enriched wheat flour and sugar, and there's a skim milk powder, some hydrogenated vegetable oil. You get 5 biscuit bars and 5 jelly candies. That's looking pretty good. Alright, let's get this out onto a tray. Nice. Okay. This ration contains 1,530 calories. It's a lot more than many rations that you would be eating out at sea. This one here is a bit generous. You could probably stretch it out to 3 days, really. Oh, geez. I opened it too fast. Couldn't hear anything. It smells fine. I mean, that smells perfectly fresh. Biscuit bars. I remember when RC Gusto did these. Smells the same 6 or 7 years ago. Had one of these the first time. It has not changed. This thing is perfectly preserved. It smells like...
I need to kill these.
And milk powder is fresh. There's staleness and acidity. Barely any crumbs left in it. Porridge, the jelly can. That is in great shape. And heat. Sesame encased in the center. It's like a sandwich. Church jelly sesame seed sandwich. No blood sugar. Protein. It's kind of a low-grade protein amino acid profile, but that's okay. It has skim milk powder in there too. Let's just actually open those two for now, and let's try it out. Kind of crumbly. Absolute freshness. Sweet. It has like a powdered dextrose added. Some sugar. Hold out longer. It has vegetable oil added. Cereal cookie. There's nothing complex about it. I mean, really, the most definitive flavor outside of just sugar and wheat, I guess, with some kind of light malt. A little bit of a gritty crunch, and then it formulates into a paste, a sweet paste. That is amazing. It's like a slightly granular glucose chew, like a sweet gelatin bar. It's a little bit dry, like a dry gelatin. It's so fascinating. With a sesame seed center. That is nutty, very flavorful. Sesame. So good. Make you want to go to a survival game, just so you can try out some. The earlier version of a brand new nutrition company LTD Japanese survival ration for lifeboats and life rafts. See? Lifeboat and raft rations. English translation on this side. Look at that. Wheat flour, fat, seasonings. What is that? Preservatives, chemical. Okay. Probably DHT. March 9th, 1979. Then here is the other side in Japanese. A little bit worn. Green tape holding it together. Non-reflective. Less usage for this thing, probably. That's cool. Reseal it. That's nice. That's a little cup. Jeez. It smells like kind of rusty, like water. Yeah, bleachy, like a chlorine smell.
It is that one.
Thick plastic, that's nice. Yeah, you can see it right down jelly bars. It's like the same tech and everything. Same tri-laminate packaging. They still produce these. You can still get it. Okay, 2,580 calories in the whole ration. It is larger.
There's somebody behind you.
144 grams of jelly candy, 432 grams of biscuit. Very nice. Oh wow, an accident memo. That's so neat. It is a lifeboat and life raft ration.
Yeah, good Dan.
We're out at sea. The water is limited, and this thing's going to provide a reasonable amount of metabolic water and very minimal protein content, reducing any additional water needs there. Keep your hopes up. You will be rescued. This package contains food A and food B, edible on the spot without heating. Food A is prepared with cereals and food B with some sugar. Hard biscuits. Ingredients: wheat flour, fat, preservatives, chemical. Jellies. That's food B. Ingredients: sugar, agar, natural flavoring, preservative, chemical. Not bad. Good agar. Same stuff in petri dishes. Alright, let's get this set on your tray. Nice. Okay, let's first start off by checking out the jelly bar. Jeez. You can open this thing. Oh wait, there's a tear notch right there. Oh, it's old. Best looking one too. I probably shouldn't have even opened it. It's really sticky and stuck in there. Like, it doesn't smell like any. Well, actually, kind of has like a little bit of a plastic and rancid oil smell. Gosh, what a shame, you know? It used to be good. One that is a little bit older. 2009, 1979. This was 09. So what is that? 30 years right there. This one's 30 years older than. Who knows? That might open another. We'll see. Let's have? Let's listen to it. Smells like an oatmeal cookie. That's a nice, like, kind of just cheap, like, grain, sweet butter cookie. No rancidity. It might like sneak up, you know, it might be like a sneaky rancid fat, but I don't think so. There's nothing like stale about it. Wait, wheat. Kind of a really strong wheat. Granular.
Ain't having this shit.
And the less sugar and
We ain't having this shit, bruh.
this one does.
We ain't having
There's
this shit.
definitely some sugar in this, quite a bit, and granular. Little cookie bites. It tastes like an awesome, like, whole wheat cereal cookie in a compressed cube that, oh, it crumbles pretty easily. Like, whatever preservative they added, the secret preservative that kept this thing intact, probably just BHA, BHT, hydrogenated fat, vegetable oil, tri-laminate packaging, vacuum sealed, stored well enough. Something like that's not going to change too much. But this, let's check something out here. I want to show you. There's delamination to a tri-laminate package, multiple layers. Here, oh my gosh, it's just awful. Look at how. Past its prime, if I do say so myself. That's not sugar, that is packaging that broke down. Let's take it to the next thing from 1973. Canned by Tayo Fishery Company Limited. It weighs 1 pound, 5.7 ounces, or 613 grams. Emergency ration, 9 meals. Yet hold on, rescue is at once. Canned July 1st, 1973. Quality guaranteed for 2 years. Tayo Fishery Company Limited is the second largest fishery in Japan. Make your entry in an enclosed card, place the strip in an empty can, then have it closely sealed with a tape and drop it into the sea. The can, drifting, will inform your position of shipwreck to a rescue squad. Well, that's good. That's how you'll get found. I'm sure it'll take no time at all that way. You'll be just fine. Oh, hey, look.
Barbarian.
Contents list. Various candies and some desiccated meat. 1 man for 3 days. 9 meals. Tayo Fishery first opened up in 1880. Fishing is only 60% of their revenue. They got into shelf-stable food, canning, pharmaceuticals. It's pretty nice, fairly reflective. Lid. Looks like it might have had tape around it at some point. That's like wax. Yeah, look at that. I think it was taped shut at some point. Or maybe that wax is just to keep it from rusting out at sea. I'd keep it dry. Prevent some splashing of seawater. Let's check it out. Reasonable packaging tech. Wow, they give you a little pencil. It's sharp too. Let's see here. Looks like tri-laminate, fairly strong and flexible foil packaging. Again, it just smells. You know what it reminds me of? Actually, it really reminds me of the smell of when you open up an old brown bag or MRE and you smell this kind of funky plastic. I'm telling you, those things hold up well. We'll see if this is. Who knows what this stuff is in here? Oh, did something break down?
Switch?
That is not that bad. Wow, look at this. Those are the jellies.
Reset.
They're okay. Let's see here. We got this bag. Vita glucose, coffee
Hello,
candies,
he died.
various fruit candies, jelly candy that is looking a bit oxidized, but you know, they might be.
Gonna help me kill Spectral?
Might be normal color. They probably always looked this way. Looks like it held up pretty well. This is what I'm gonna actually try and eat off of. The rest of it I'm saving for display. Not bad. Alright, let's get this set on your tray. Nice. Okay, first drop by. Checking out that beef jerky. Hard beef jerky. It looks like it may have pierced through there. Perhaps not. Little to no scent. Like a slight smell of beef. Pleasant. And over 50 years old. And it's fresh. This, like I can tell you right now, that was a nitrogen flushed pack. That is a thick oil laminate that really does resemble some of these survival food buckets I've seen. It is beautifully desiccated meat.
No.
That looks pretty good. It is fresh. Fresh enough, if you ask me. It has good scent to it, like a very light meat scent. Oh yeah, that is the driest meat I mean, that is astounding. There is zero moisture to it, and it looks perfectly lean. Perhaps dusted with butylated hydroxyanisole. Look at these. Jelly bars. And black. Why are they black? Are they oxidized or is that normal? No scent. Smells like nothing. Sticky. Slightly melted. Looks like it may have been sugar coated and started to liquefy a little bit. Because look, right there, it's not so good. 2 bars. Boy, are they sticky. Slight liquefying, although very little sugar and agar-agar. This here, I might keep this one sealed. Look, this, I'm almost certain here. These might be the same thing. I'm not sure. I'm going to open both and find out. A little bit melted. We'll find out. But first, let's check this. No smell. Like 0 scent. Some of those. Candy. Let's find out what this is here. There. Slightly darkened. Like it might get too warm. Dextrose-based sugar candy. Very delicate. AC6-C meat and candy of different varieties. This sure does beat charms. Yeah, who cares about metabolic water or any of that? I want some meat, and that's what we give you right there. Here, let's check out the jelly button. Whoa. What is that flavor? The stickiest chew. Like, beware.
Damn.
If you ever eat one of these, it's not overly sweet. Yeah, that's cola flavor. Totally natural, normal color. I wish I could chew this, but it's too chewy. It's like the stickiest, most frustratingly sticky chew that you'd never want to chew it. Oh man. A light flavor of cola. Seems like it'd be great if your stomach was empty. Here, let's check this out. Definitely a hard candy. Coffee. It's a coffee candy. Latte. I mean, I think it might just be coffee and sugar, although it seems like there's cream, but it's not spoiled. It's perfectly fresh. I mean, that is a very hard candy. You can't bite into it. You gotta check this out. What is this? Is this the same thing? It started to liquefy? Kinda hope so.
Mooning on it.
Oh yeah, look at that. That is the same thing as this. So, real coffee extract. It probably has caffeine, but I like the vanilla. The slightly broken down one, because you can chew into it. Oh man, look, that's like coffee flavored candy corn. That is the most satisfying chew. Like, look at that. Compared to this, which one's better? You know, like if you're out at sea, boy, they sure didn't have dental health in mind for any of this stuff. Let's check this out. What is this anyway? Sugar cube. Looks a bit oxidized. No scent. It just dissolves. Oh wow.
Yeah.
That is vitamin C, ginger, and ginseng. I'm almost certain it's at least ginger and a citrus. Like, there's vitamin C in this. Like a ginger, ginseng, citrus, like soft, powdery, dextrose candy. They're like deep bits. They're not trying to be rude. Read that. Throw on scrambled eggs. That is some of the greatest meat jerky I've ever had. It held up after all this time. The whole thing. Look at that. Hey, wait. Can't just bite right into this one. Apparently. Oh, yeah.
It's weird that they both went out.
Got all day out there on a raft, I'll bet. Hopefully you get picked up real quick. But if you didn't, and you had to live off this for a really long time, this piece right here would last you like an hour. And you'd suck on it like a button. So you don't have like a dry mouth. This is perfectly preserved. It smells fresh, tastes great, perfectly desiccated. Dry. I think it's too dry. And it's perfectly lean. See, it really breaks out to a reasonable amount of actual beef. I can't believe that's over 50 years old. Yeah. Needs seasoning. This really thing is really bland. Here. Oh yeah. think that might be salt. Yes, sprayed with. That is not BHA, butylated hydroxyanisole, although it might be. It might be a little BHA mixed with salt sprayed on it. Maybe even a little dextrose. A little bit of everything sprayed on there. Surface of that stuff. Inside of a nitrogen flushed, thick foil laminate pack.
You slapping them silly?
Looks almost identical to the buckets. You know those buckets? They got like pasta, like cream sauce. One second. Oh yeah. Burnt that piece. Jeez. That can of food would last you for like 3 days. Pretty well fed. I mean, really, like, if you ask me for a survival situation for a compact ration, this thing's effective. This right here is a strange, like it is so, like, light. There's not much density to it, like the press. Let's see here. It has ginger, ginseng, citrus. The vitamin C probably degraded over time, but it's just such a well-made pack of food. Everything here lasted a really long time, has a reasonable utility. It just has caffeine in it. The most desiccated meat. What a fantastic ration. It advanced for its time. This thing held up, and gotta say, what an experience. Well, anyway, this is Steve 1989. I hope you liked the video, and I'll be coming back at you with something new. Or old. Alright, cool. See ya.
All right. The business is growing, but we've grown so big I don't have time to focus on growing the business.
I'm here. Tried to press that.
This is the food packet assault individual. It's a lightweight, portable, and easy to eat in a pretty quick period of time little food packet, providing about 800 or 900 calories to an individual soldier during the first few days of airborne or amphibious assault, or on patrol or sentry type scenarios. This thing was produced from 1948 to 1956. There were 8 menus, 24 to a case. It was also used as a supplemental snack to the Ration Combat Individual. This is the Ration Combat Individual, the final generation of the 24-hour C ration, and the more common thing eaten out in the front lines opposed to that food-packed individual assault. But this thing is heavy and bulky, and on those initial amphibious or airborne landings, this might be a bit too much. The very last of its kind, December 1958, final production run out of Natural Storage Company Incorporated. Beautiful. 6 come to a case, and a case weighs 38 pounds. I'm going to snip the wire from the back, and you could untwist it. It's not fun. Let's look at this. It was written on the side, artillery coordinates for infantry to base command. Heck, this could have been a ration once it was set to limited standard after this final production run. And during production of the Meal Combat Individual, during 59, 1960. Well, thing is, something like this could have been getting used for like between 3 to 6 years after, at least. Maybe even 10. Alright, let's give it a look. Before we open this, one more thing. Notice, this product's been held under controlled temperature and humidity conditions and should not be considered overage because of date of pack. Further refrigeration is not required. That means it's going to be perfectly fine. Man, I think it's gonna be a tough deal. We'll see. Crunchy for sure. Smells like frogs and crawfish. Ooh, look at this. Mmm. Oh. Oh man, what is that? Did bugs get in this? No way. Look at that. Alright, the bottom layer almost looks a little bit better. It really does. What kind of insect is that? It's alive. In there. Some red bug. Little critter. Alright. They smell so good. Boy, that one's got a little weight considering how pretty gnarly it is in visuals and falling apart and you see like my house bug damage. It's beautiful too because these are in boxes. It's not a la carte anymore like World War II or that E ration. These are in their own boxes. So when it's dark out, raining, or if you're getting shot at, you can grab these out of your case and actually know you got a full day's food and not like whatever it is you're going to end up with when you are grabbing them out of a case like that. I mean, that right there is cool. Like, ooh, you know, one can at a time, but man, you don't even know what you're grabbing. Are they B units? Are they M units? You know, the meat and beans or whatever it is, beef stew. And of course, there's the K ration of World War II. And yeah, these are in individual boxes. They were super handy and ahead of their time. Like, seriously, 5 years ahead of its time in that regard. And an actual meal that is in its own box with toilet paper and matches. Nothing like that was ever even made before. And the fact that this uses barely any metal, a little 4-ounce can and a key is made out of metal to open it. That's all. You know, these things were actually more expensive to produce than these. The C rations. These, even though they used a lot of metal and were bulky, a little bit more food too. Field ration tea, just cardboard and cellophane with some cheap chocolate oat flour, raw oat flour added so it doesn't melt as easily and it's a little more sustaining. And this derives from the U.S. Army emergency ration of World War I and pre-World War I. This thing was too bulky and difficult to produce and pretty much over-engineered. It was way too much of an emergency ration. You really, like, didn't need that much to replace, like, really nothing more than a missed meal on average before you'd get a C ration. But these are too bulky and they use too much metal. And that's when these came in, and they're boxed and quick and easy to eat and pack away because the way they're shaped, you can put them in your cargo pocket. They're super handy and they're using less metal. That's like the huge thing. And you got cigarettes and matches and, you know, toilet paper in there. That's the origin of this. The ration combat individual. This was your standard combat ration used by soldiers, individual soldiers, when no hot meals were available in the front lines. It's a full day's food that has 3,600 calories, but it's heavy, it's bulky. This thing weighs 6.5 pounds, and a lot of times it'd get opened up and pilfered. The fruit, bread, or B units and cigarettes. Parts of the ration getting eaten and other stuff set aside out of menu fatigue. The food packet of salt is pretty much just a lightweight snack. On-the-go snack containing 800 or 900 calories and it weighs a pound. Here's the accessory packet. I think it's pretty extensive. Cigarettes, matches, toilet paper, candy, chewing gum, coffee, sugar, can opener, water purification tablets. You even got your spoon in there. In the bottom layer. Not bad. Look at this one. What does that say? Gosh, I can't really read that. I think it was hamburgers. Pretty sure. Menu 5. Open it from the bottom.
Jesus Christ, stop running and fight.
It's not too bad. We have a year on this. July 1955. You really will see 50 K rations for every This thing is so uncommon. It's seriously one of the easiest rations. It's pretty much like a K ration. It's more metal than a K ration. Built a lot tougher. You know, this is a bi-laminated package, like a metal and craft paper. Like a foil and craft paper. And so it could be just 2 layers, but still. Oh, that's actually the spoon. Beautiful. That is just a perfect clear spoon. Nice and tough too, I'll tell you. And then the TP, which looks pretty good. A little bit brown. That's not cool. Oh, alright. Oh, let's smell it. Whoa, that's like, it totally smells like, that just really does have the smell of an old room. Just an old room with an old desk and paper, like a library with old books, aged paper. You know, it's just a beautiful, fresh, aged paper smell. Like paper and grain. Just grab an old book and you open it up and grain is in there, and you know when the paper's kind of yellow, that's what this smells like. It's awesome. It's like really nostalgic and comforting. Granulated sugar, 6 grams net, packed by Van Brode Milling Company out of Clinton, Massachusetts. Nice bag. A cellophane bag that's pretty tough. And you know, what's great about this thing, it's gonna keep your cigarettes and anything you opened up nice and dry when you're on an amphibious assault, or like if it's raining out, you just drop down, you know, you parachute it down and you're on the ground and it's some like really crazy windy rain. Oh my God. And you open up a food packet under a tree, and or maybe in a foxhole is wet, and you don't want your toilet paper to get wet, and you just start throwing it in here after you open this up. Oh, this smells amazing. There's a slight perfume smell, like perfume old oak newspaper. And whoa, nice. Call for Philip Morris. Haven't seen these in a while. America's finest cigarette. Pure soluble coffee. It's maybe a little bit hardened up. Is there going to be just one or are there two? There are two, and they're both hardened up. That's okay. Assorted sherbet, delicious candy, and it's not liquefied. Do you have any idea, like, how crazy that is? How absolutely insane it is that stuff like this is still around. Look at the golden letters. Sugar, corn syrup, citric acid, true and artificial flavor, certified health. Beech nut spearmint beachies. I'm telling you, that old gum, the old chicle, can't beat it. These matches are designed especially for damp climates, but they will not light when wet, or after long exposure, several weeks, to very damp air. There's the P38, just unraveled out of its wrapper. Those wrappers, the glue doesn't hold another Van Brode sugar. JW speaker, nice. Look at that. 1951 patent number. JW speakers are really good. Always tough and kind of hard to open. Just a tiny bit heavier than a K-Rash. Not bad. Alright, let's get this out on the tray. Nice. Okay, let's first start off by checking out some coffee. I don't know, let's see what this is looking like. Hard enough. Looks like this one kind of leaked. I don't like the looks of it. I really don't. It's pretty shocked. I rarely ever do this. Let's see what I can do. Well, you know, good old pure soluble coffee. That is the same thing as coffee instant. It's not soluble coffee blend or anything like that. So, coffee instant. From like, maybe 5 years newer. No deal. It's actually so common, I'm just gonna tear it. Oh yeah, stunt coffee. When in doubt, yeah. Gotta have coffee. I mean, I rarely bring in a outside component, but in that case, it is perfectly acceptable. You know what? This right here is really hard for me to, like, it's difficult to bring myself to open this. I can't do it. Because they didn't fly in the coffee. Car Consolidated Biscuit Company, Chicago, Illinois. JB Carr.
AC6-C.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that doesn't look good.
Follow me to the other side.
I might have to open the internet for some snacks. This doesn't look too swift. Is that just chocolate on the inside, or is that like rust and stuff? It could just be like, whoa, yeah, it's just chocolate. This is gonna be fine. It smells nice. It's just like an inviting milk chocolate. I was wondering if it was rust or chocolate. There's no moisture content to this cookie. It's incredible. This was totally built for like forever. That is a chocolate chip cookie. And it smells very inviting. It is. Check that out. The 3 crackers. Salted crackers. Look at that cookie. There's like nothing wrong with it. Visually, a little bit of salt. It just smells like it's picked up, you know, an odor of like an enriched, bleached wheat flour and like the baked crackers. I mean, that's what it smells like. It smells like it picked up smell of that and like a scent of these. And exactly, yeah, and these are just, both are dusted, my guess, just totally dusted up, like the brim with BHA and BHT preservatives. They're like antioxidants, so they'll keep the fats from going rancid. Let's check out the assorted sherbets. That coffee's still hot, still steaming. Instead of pulling this, oh man, I want to pull that. It actually looks like more fun. Maybe I should just peel it here. And then see what I can do here. Oh, man. It just had to happen, didn't it? Alright. No big deal. Okay, that didn't really work. Jeez, what's happening? Oh, okay. Alright, we'll just pull this. Oh. That didn't work out too well. Alright. Oh, sherbets. Do they have any original color left? I wonder. Foil? And parchment paper. Probably stuck to it like something serious. Yeah, it still has some chocolate. Ooh, it smells like some paper and cardboard. Man, it doesn't look that great. I don't know what I expect. And again, this is pretty cool, actually. I mean, really. Oh, that's not so bad. Maybe like lime or orange, and there's nothing really wrong with it. Just oxidized food coloring and, you know, just slightly breaking down, like potentially absorb a little bit of moisture. Here, I'm gonna drink a little coffee. Nice and smooth. Can't go wrong with that old school spray dried. And by this point, really, like when it was pure soluble coffee, as the agglomeration process was changed, and you know, this coffee was treated with dextrins, you know, a 50-50 split on the actual composition for the longest time. Otherwise, it just wouldn't mix right. The coffee molecule, the spray dried molecule, was too small, and it had to get mixed with something. And then the process of it, these spray dried molecules, there was no need after the process, like rendered them a larger granule. They no longer were too dense and packed and like it would never mix right, like by itself. No longer needed the like dextrins to mix. So it's pretty cool. I mean, I'm telling you, you can practically smell like some kind of preservative, and it's also like very canned smelling. There's a metallic smell to it for sure, and it's not bad. It's totally normal. I'm sure it smelled very canned, like within a year or less after getting canned with the eggs out on the top. Look at this cookie. Ooh. I felt like it almost broke out of my hand. No, like, bad odors, like... Nothing unusual, it's such a low moisture content. That's in its favor right there. That's like a chocolate chip oatmeal cookie. The amount of salt. Dude, I would buy cookies like this. It's like, it's a sweet and salty chocolate chip cookie. Here, hold on.
To,
You ain't taking our shit, bro.
Coffee is drinking temperature. My apologies for not using the dried out coffee. It's not fully authentic. It's an outside component. But I needed coffee that was reliable, you know.
No. Basically, he's the one that died at the door before.
That it immediately absorbs coffee and it dunks really well. That was an awesome cookie. What a great recipe and design.
Yeah.
Canning design and everything. I mean,
I pushed
that's
him back.
awesome.
But
I mean, like, chocolate chip cookie. I'm shaking. It's a super dry and kind of buttery. I mean, there's quite a bit of shortening. Excellent oatmeal crunch. And little bits of oatmeal. That was awesome. It would have been great if they did 2 cookies, 2 crackers. The chocolate chips are really dry. They're like totally desiccated chocolate chips. I think they always were. Moisture content with oatmeal. Really delicious oatmeal. Little bits in there and then like margarine. And then a ton of BHA, BHT preservative to keep it from going rancid. Wow. A little bit of a malted barley to a cracker. There's a
firing at something in the
flavor.
next.
The
There's an archer
salt
firing at something in the
is
next one.
amazing. It's a real salty cracker. And I mean, you'd be eating it with your main, I'm sure, but not this one. There'll never be another food packet of salt main that's ever edible, that's for sure. But the beat in it still being
You didn't
edible
see
like
me
that is pretty
actually.
amazing.
And but
It's the low moisture content. It's not like there's a canned jam or anything else in there, you know, so like it's still fine. There's nothing that can go wrong with that. I'll bet you in 100 years there'll still be a few of these still edible. Who knows? I'll find them first. It was pretty good.
Alright. Help?
Beautifully baked cracker.
Do you need help?
It's just so low in moisture content. Nice little charred bit at the corner.
I'm hard as a log. And you get killed by a skeleton from it.
Absolutely nothing wrong with it. Should I save this? Probably should save this one for display. I don't think I have any open one of these, you know. I mean, like, what do I gonna have a cookie for display too? I mean, So neat. Really, not this thing. No. see if this one's any good. It's about as good as it's gonna get. I'm just gonna eat one, maybe two of them. Oh, that's a strong flavor, like a strong cherry. Interesting chew. It's not that bad. Granular chew from the breakdown. Outrageous old fruit candy. It has really, it's aged. We'll call it that. I don't know. Maybe I won't eat much more of that. I don't know. I think I need a smoke to really build up the courage to open up that old can of rusted out, mysterious meat. Look at that, Johnny Philip Morris or Johnny Irvintini. Made in the USA by Philip Morris and Company, Ltd. Incorporated. Established over 100 years. Gosh, beautiful bag. Made from a blend of the world's finest tobaccos. These always turn up in those 1950s rations. Never seen them in the 60s.
Nice.
A light smell of cedar.
Oil lantern. Yeah, take that.
Guest package not for sale sample. That's so nice. M&C. Philip Morris Limited Special Blend. Beautiful.
I love when Steve MRE finds cigarettes.
This is.
Still smoke some, even though they're like not really good for you.
These, they have no damage. They're a little bit dry. I can tell, like from the squeeze of them, they're a little dry. That is it. These are good cigarettes. I can tell right now from the smell. No ammonia, no like rotten old roses and ammonia, nothing like that. Not like, you know, geraniums that are snapped, like the flowers has that peppery, like, you know, those red flowers and the chlorophyll and like pepper smell. None of that. It is like honey and cedar with a very mild tobacco.
Royal ceremony,
like a
no
very
dagger.
mild. Yes. It's like this. I've run into some pretty gnarly ration cigarettes recently, so like, this is pretty cool. I mean, like, it's one of those things where it's kind of luck of the draw, and I've gotten pretty lucky with this stuff in the past. I mean, I really have. Especially, ironically enough, with Lucky Strikes, because I've come across some Luckies lately that weren't too great. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you. Let's see if I can do this. Oop. All that for nothing. Oop. Oh. Here.
I turned off the lights on the way up over here.
Cool. Away.
Like in the hall. Turned off the lights. Look at it. It might be a gold goblet.
Firm pull. It was like no. Ooh, that is flavor. There was no flavor on the dry pull. Ooh. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
It's got flavor first. You want to inhale it right away. You want to get the flavor. There's like a palate acquisition to like this whole thing. You can't just go in like with a big old heavy drag on that first one. The rest of the
spooky.
cigarette won't
Scare 'em off.
It's gonna pick up the fucking
They don't know it though.
You need to get that.
Better check if they killed them.
smooth, a little bit dry. It's running a little fast. Running a little fast, but I gotta say, for the flavor,
do this.
that's smooth.
It's cool that you can do that.
Excellent quality. It's
Do it
lightly
here, too.
sweet and has like a nice mild tobacco flavor. It's not overpowering, and that is great. Smooth, satisfying. Take the edge off, that's for sure. This is pre-LRP. That's what the food packet assault is. Food packet long range patrol. That's what food packet assault kind of turns into. But then the LRP, it's not like quick and easy to eat like this thing is. In a lot of ways, this thing was more efficient. It's too bad they couldn't keep it around, but I guess between it and, you know, well, between the MCI and the LRP, this thing wasn't really needed anymore. And really, it was taken out of service before the LRP was ever even realized. B-unit ashtray.
That was the first people think I killed.
Wow.
Did you check if they took the portals?
It's so smooth, and like, it's a wonderful cigarette. Well, old Philip Morris had a bellboy, the living trademark, Johnny Philip Morris, for 40 years. He wasn't even a kid. He was just a little guy. He was just a little dude, and man, he had some pretty good work on him, I gotta say. He really did. He had a great job. 40 years, sealed job, living trademarked. Nice E flat coming off a little bit. There's something not threatening, like a non-threatening mascot to it. It's funny, you'd never see anything like that these days. Never would see a kid with cigarettes, or what's supposed to be a kid, like a bellboy. But he wasn't a kid, so I guess, I don't know. Okay, so there were 8 menus, 3 of each, 24 to a case for this thing. And, you know, again, it's pre-LRP. Quicker and easier to eat. I think this thing was fascinating and efficient. I mean, it's like before the MCI, and it looks so much like one, but it really isn't. It's not anything like an MCI, pretty much, because it's not a full balanced meal. It's a snack with a really cool accessory pack. I mean, the sherbets, love the label, and save that. The old gum, the Beachies. You want to know what the best piece of chewing gum you'll ever have is some Wrigley's spearmint candy coated chewing gum from the mid-30s. Candy coated chewing gum from the mid-30s. Boy, this thing is flavorful. Gets the saliva glands just going. I refilled the coffee.
I play some Armored Core
chugged
then.
that last sip of coffee instant, and then just got myself some coffee instant. A dude from Saskatchewan or
Going to bed after.
somewhere from Canada. Anyway, call for Philip Morris.
Oh, yeah.
That guy ended up passing away in 1998. He was born in 1910. Old Johnny Philip Morris. So he lived a pretty fulfilling life, I would say. And he'll live on in the old artwork and advertisements and whatnot, and it's pretty neat. Snack ready to eat. That's what this is. I mean, really. Love the food packet assault. Totally a K ration of the 50s. I mean, that's all it is. It's just an awesome 2.5 times the menu variation K ration. I'm good on that. Alright, let's check out that meat real quick. Just because the metal's thin, I'm gonna wear some gloves. Don't need a mask, really, you know, that's like overkill, but I mean, sometimes I get kind of over the top and I'll wear a mask and gloves and suit up and everything just to open a box, but other times I won't. It just depends on how I'm feeling, and let's give this a look. Ooh, this is like a really satisfying crunch. Oh yeah, you see, just in case, because it's a little flimsy. You know, flimsy, old, rusted metal. Ooh, that just like, you could just glide it across almost. It's so weak and thin. Looks pretty good, actually. I mean, it's just a friendly little food fossil. Like, what was that back then? Wish I knew what it was. That's almost like a K-ration portion. This is still a little bit more actual meat, you know, protein from farm animal or egg or something, which that's almost what that looks like. Jeez, that thing's pretty solid. This is like rocks. That is like a rock. I feel like I'm drilling to the center of Earth. That is just petrified food. Like a rust rock. That is awesome. What was it? It's so mysterious. It could be spiced beef. Look at that. That's like all meat right there. Like a strip of meat here, little chunk of meat there, and there. I think that's spiced beef. I'm almost certain of it. Might just save that. Put it in a drawer or something. I mean, I guess just kind of put it in like a junk drawer and just put old meat, you know, on the label. Alright, let's check out those Beachies. Beech Nut Packaging Company. Manufacturer, main offices, Canajoharie, New York. Made of gum-based sugar, corn syrup, starch, flavor, and softeners. Nice. So incredible. I'm curious if the gum base, by this point, like how much chicle, real chicle is in it. I can literally bite right in my front teeth. It's incredibly sweet with a very mild spearmint flavor. The actual spearmint is quite mild. A really nice palate cleanser, but I'd almost like a bit more spearmint. Wrigley's from the mid-30s, they would use fresh pressed spearmint leaf juice. No joke. And it was like real pure chicle, dark. This, gosh, it barely even looks like any real chicle is in it. Maybe just a little bit by this point. It has just some darkness, but it's held together so well too. That old chicle will turn to brittle if it doesn't have like softeners and stabilizers added. And by the 50s, a lot of that stuff really didn't have the chicle. It was like, I guess they couldn't hire enough chickleros, the chicle farmers, to sap out enough of that stuff to supply the demand. So there was at least with beech nut, a obvious lower amount of actual chicle. I'm telling you, I'll show you soon. It still tastes great, but I mean, actually, I can't even complain. It's so fresh. It's just, yeah, there's really not a lot of spearmint. Seems like there's a lot of softener. It's a really nice, soft chew. Not a lot of actual real chicle anymore. Still a really nice piece of like natural vintage gum that's perfectly chewable. Nice little introduction with the new camera. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully it worked out. So this is food packed assault. These things are a rare treat. Pretty much what turns into the MCI and LRP. I mean, this has features of both. Being close to a single meal, but just not quite fully balanced nutritionally. So you can't say it's a full meal. Nor can its purpose be directed to fulfilling for a full day's worth of balanced meals, because the soldier may be in such like serious combat or whatever it is that they don't have the time to sit and have a full meal. They got enough time to maybe eat 2 or 3 of these in a day, and for like the first few days before there needs to be some like better food, hot meals, or maybe some RCIs, fuller rations to fulfill the nutritional needs that are going to be happening within 3 days, a max of 10, before you get any real like serious issues. For something that needs to be light and not making a bunch of noise, this is not 100% with those cans. You can sock them up, not bad. Well, anyway, this is Steve 1989. I hope you liked the video. And I'll be coming back at you with something new. Or old. Alright, cool.
But tension had been growing for Kasparov for years. He had watched computers increase in playing strength since he acquired his world champion title, and now he was recognizing his position as more tenuous than even he had recognized. Many years later, he would write, quote, "For all of chess history, even the greatest players have been sheltered from the sort of incredibly complex tactical play that computers handled almost trivially by 1993. You knew that your human opponents had roughly the same limitations as you did when it came to dealing with whatever arose on the board. That perceived equilibrium went out the window when you were facing a strong computer. It played chess well, but also differently. The psychological asymmetry and physical factors were an issue, but the new sensation of always wondering if your opponent might be seeing something you could scarcely imagine was very disturbing. It created a terrible tension in complex positions, a sense of dread that, at any moment, a shot could ring out in the dark. In response, you double and triple checked your calculations instead of trusting your instincts the way you would against a human opponent. After a lifetime at the chessboard, you had no choice but to become a creature of habit, and those habits were all disrupted when playing against a machine. I didn't like it, but I also wanted to prove I could overcome these handicaps, and to prove that I was still the best chess player in the world, human or machine." End quote. But still, there were 5 more games to play, and now nobody was certain what to expect, not even the players. As the second day began, questions were raised about whether or not Kasparov would change his tactics to counter those of Deep Blue. But preparation was not limited to Kasparov. Much as they had in their other tournaments, the Deep Blue team sat down to alter their program, specifically trying to refine its opening book to avoid any strange tactics from Kasparov. They knew that changing the program in the middle of the match was risky, but with an underprepared computer, they didn't believe they had any other choice. Again, Kasparov sat down at the table, this time opposite Murray Campbell, and the game began. With Kasparov playing white, he had the opportunity to dictate the opening of the game. On his first move, he chose what's called the ready opening, where white advances the knight on the king side, a fairly flexible choice, leaving Kasparov's plans unclear. But his strategy quickly revealed itself. The ready transposed into the queen's pawn opening, and the position that Kasparov encouraged was a slow one with few attacking options. His goal was clear. Kasparov had abandoned his sharp attacking strategy to play anti-computer chess. The next 24 moves continued quietly with no major threats and both sides taking peace trades to simplify the position, just as Kasparov had planned. By move 24, both of them were down to a rook, a bishop, a queen, and 5 pawns. However, Kasparov had managed to trade his pieces in such a way as to pull open Deep Blue's defenses, much as Deep Blue had done to him the previous game, and now he had a clear positional advantage. Though Deep Blue's pawns were all aligned, they occupied dark squares, and Kasparov's bishop was on the light squares, meaning that it could move with impunity. Recognizing its poor position, Deep Blue began to repeat moves, trying to force a draw by moving its king back and forth. But Kasparov saw the potential for victory. Maneuvering his queen around the open side of the board, he began a joint attack with his bishop on Deep Blue's king, now with little defense in the endgame. On move 48, he was able to wrest a pawn away from Deep Blue, and on move 66, he captured another, leaving it 2 pawns down and its king exposed. After Kasparov forced a trade of queens, it was clear that there was no longer any hope left, and Murray Campbell resigned for Deep Blue on move 73. Deep Blue and Kasparov were now tied at 1 point apiece. Kasparov's plan of creating relatively dull strategic positions had been a resounding success. The Deep Blue team scrambled that evening in order to discover what had gone wrong, and they quickly found the issue. In chess strategy, an outposted piece is one that can no longer be attacked by enemy pawns, and outposted knights are incredibly powerful. However, Deep Blue was considering outposted bishops and knights to be worth the same when outposted bishops are much weaker. If this had been discovered beforehand, it was likely that Deep Blue would have been able to force a stalemate. This created a growing anxiety in the team. They knew that their computer wasn't ready for competition, but with such an egregious bug present in the code, what other issues might arise unforeseen? The third day of the event was a rest day for both sides, but after Game 2, Kasparov was unconcerned. He wrote, quote, "Now that I knew that Deep Blue was only a much faster version of the computer programs I understood well, I relaxed a bit. It was very strong, yes, but it wasn't stronger than I was, and it had clear deficiencies. As with a human opponent, if I could target its weaknesses and avoid its strengths, I would win the match." End quote. The following day, they returned to the table for Game 3, and once again, Shu would sit across from Kasparov. Deep Blue played the king's pawn opening, and in a repeat of Game 1, Kasparov responded with the Sicilian. Following the same opening as Game 1, Kasparov found his queen in the center of the board, the same as the first game, but this time he was much more confident. Both sides traded pawns and developed their pieces in somewhat expected ways, but on move 8, Kasparov made a bold decision. Pawn takes on d4. Faced with the decision to recapture with the knight or the pawn, Deep Blue chose the pawn, but this created a weakness. With no pawns on the adjacent files, this d4 pawn had no others to help defend it, a situation known as an isolated pawn. In order to keep it, a stronger piece must be dedicated to its defense if ever threatened, but if those pieces are attacked in turn, then it is often a simple matter to capture the pawn, and on move 11, Kasparov appeared to have an advantage, with his pieces better developed, though Deep Blue's king was much safer after castling to the king side. On move 12, Kasparov launched a series of trades, finally ending with a trade of queens, but these also gave Deep Blue another pawn to defend the isolated d4 pawn, and modern computer analysis reveals that, by allowing this, Kasparov had made a serious error. But he still believed that Deep Blue had exploitable weaknesses, among them the now exposed c3 pawn. Though this was largely according to the plans of Joel Benjamin, Deep Blue noticed something that Benjamin hadn't when preparing the line. This series of moves lost Deep Blue a piece, and so it deviated from the plan and narrowly averted disaster. Going into move 20, both sides had 2 rooks, 6 pawns, and a minor piece, Deep Blue with a bishop and Kasparov with a knight. Though bishops are usually favored in endgame scenarios, Kasparov was optimistic about his chances. Despite this confidence, Deep Blue began doing what computers do best, defending their obvious weaknesses. It began moving its king out from behind its defensive pawn wall, a common tactic as pieces become scarce and the power of the king is required. Though Kasparov was able to chase it away with his rooks, he quickly realized that there was no way to properly attack Deep Blue's vulnerabilities, and he was forced to admit that its defenses were impenetrable. After 39 moves, Kasparov and Shu agreed to a draw. Though the score was even at 1.5 points apiece, and though he had missed what he felt was a winning opportunity, Kasparov was feeling comfortable with the results. Typically, white is considered to have an advantage, and he had white for 2 of the 3 remaining games. Now, with this in mind and his understanding of Deep Blue's playstyle, he felt that he could finish the series in dominating fashion. But the Deep Blue team would fight this assumption to the end. Game 4 began the following day. While Kasparov opened with the ready once again, Deep Blue transposed it into the Slav defense, which gave it stronger central control but slowed its development, almost guaranteeing a defensive game on its part. It eventually built into what's called the quiet variation, referring to the methodical games typically found in it. Coming into the middle game, Kasparov had a noticeable advantage, and on move 19, he had managed to double his rooks onto an open file, an extremely powerful attacking pattern. But Deep Blue wasn't only facing problems on the board. After playing move 21, Shu got up and left to use the bathroom, but when he returned, the arbiter would not let him enter the stage until Kasparov had made his move, due to a quirk of the rules. When Shu finally was allowed to take his seat again, he noticed that Deep Blue had gone into sleep mode. As Kasparov stood up to take a short break, Shu attempted to wake up the computer and input Kasparov's move, but when he did, he made an error and the computer crashed. Kasparov returned to see multiple members of the team hovering over the computer trying to get it working again, and when he attempted to complain to the arbiter about this strange break of decorum, his mother shouted at him from the audience to, quote, "Shut up!" Despite this issue, the team was able to revive Deep Blue, and the game continued. Around this time in the game, modern computer analyses show that Deep Blue had once again managed to push the game back into an even position. Both sides were able to find clever ways to claw pawns away from one another, but while Deep Blue was able to take the advantage, there was no obvious way to convert it into a victory. Kasparov had spent almost all of his time, and he only had a few minutes left to play to move 40, where each side would receive an extra hour on their clocks. In the frantic position, the board began to whittle down further as they found ways to capture each other's pawns, but with no clear path to victory, both sides eventually agreed to a draw after 50 moves. Kasparov and Deep Blue now each had 2 points, but importantly, Kasparov had failed to secure a win with one of his 2 remaining games as white. But these games were already beginning to exhaust Kasparov. Shu recalled speaking to Frederick Friedel, founder of ChessBase and friend of Kasparov, who said that after the 4th game, Kasparov had entered his hotel room, stripped to his underpants, laid on the bed, and stared at the ceiling for a protracted period of time. During the rest day, the Deep Blue team was beginning to grow desperate, trying to find an opening line that would help give them an edge in their last game with white, while Kasparov attempted to calm his nerves. All too soon, however, the 2 competitors returned to the table for their 5th game. Again, Deep Blue moved its king's pawn, but to the surprise of both the Deep Blue team and those in attendance, Kasparov responded with e5, moving his own king's pawn. He had foregone his favorite opening line in order to utilize some other strategy, though what he had planned, only his entourage knew. His strategy became clear after just a few more moves. He had prepared the Petrov defense. Often, the king's pawn opening results in a sharp game, but by playing the Petrov, the Deep Blue team knew that Kasparov was likely attempting to push the game towards a draw. By Kasparov's own admission, the Petrov is rather slow and simple to play, and many find it boring, as pieces often get traded down while pawn structures remain somewhat stable. Kasparov's plan with the Petrov was obvious. The anxieties of playing against such a powerful and unknown computer had exhausted him, and he was interested in keeping the game simple so that he could go into the final game fresher and ready to take a victory with white. And so, he would simply keep the position even and trade pieces to reduce the complexity of the game, staying with obvious and familiar positions. This strategy caused significant consternation to the Deep Blue team. All throughout the week, they had been tuning and preparing Deep Blue to play against the Sicilian defense, and Kasparov's change in tactics meant that Deep Blue was far less prepared. Which is perhaps why they were so surprised when, on move 23, Kasparov offered a draw. This was quite early in the game to make such an offer, and so, after some deliberation, the Deep Blue team opted to decline, knowing that they may be able to make the same offer later. They believed that Deep Blue may yet have had opportunities. But they quickly came to regret this decision. They watched as Deep Blue began to make a series of inaccurate moves immediately afterward. First, it allowed its pieces to become pinned, stymieing any potential for an attack in the near future, and then it began to move its pieces back and forth, unable to find any proper way to advance its position. As Kasparov tightened his control over the game, the team looked on agonizingly as they recognized the problems that easily could have been fixed if only they had a bit more time for testing. With each move, Deep Blue inched closer to a brutal defeat, its pieces locked together in the center of the board, totally ineffectual. Eventually, Kasparov was able to promote his pawn to a queen, forcing a trade that left him with 3 pawns and a bishop against Deep Blue's 5 pawns. On move 47, seeing no way out for Deep Blue, the team resigned for it. Kasparov had won his final game with Black, setting the score at 3 points to 2. Now, all he had to do was draw his final game as White. But beyond this, the Deep Blue team recognized that Kasparov had an even more powerful advantage. He had learned just how to manipulate and dismantle Deep Blue's chess.
I don't know what's with the fan art.
While it was no longer possible for Deep Blue to win the match, it could at least make a draw if it could win the last game, but hopes from the Deep Blue team were not high. This time, they had prepared the Slav defense, and for the first few moves, everything seemed to be working as planned after Kasparov played the ready opening again. But then, Kasparov launched his trap. Rather than playing the normal move order for the opening, he transposed his moves, changing the order and taking Deep Blue out of its opening book early, suspecting correctly that the Deep Blue team hadn't prepared for this sequence. This meant that all of the planning of the Deep Blue team had been wasted. By move 10, Deep Blue was beginning to deviate from the opening plan and make serious strategic errors. First, it failed to move its bishop onto the correct square, and then it began advancing its knight ineffectually along the king's side. By move 12, a modern analysis shows an advantage of 1.2 points for Kasparov. Typically, an advantage of 1 point is enough to reliably attain victory at the highest levels of chess. After chasing away Deep Blue's knight, Kasparov continued to take control of the board, first pushing back Deep Blue's bishop and blocking off any middle game attacking opportunities for it, then continuing to encroach upon Deep Blue's queenside, strangling any attacking opportunities. Multiple times, Kasparov saw chances to deliver crushing attacks, but he knew that this was unnecessary. As long as he could prevent a sharp position, Deep Blue would be unable to steal away the game. After a few piece trades, Deep Blue's last remaining pieces were trapped in the corner of the board, and after a pawn sacrifice from Kasparov, they were entirely lodged in it, practically useless. On move 43, the Deep Blue team admitted defeat and resigned. Kasparov was elated, and he immediately was more willing to speak to the present news outlets now that his victory had been secured. Already, there were questions about a rematch as early as the following year, and he made it clear that he would invite such an opportunity, an opinion that was in part encouraged by IBM's offer to fund his faltering chess organization. When pried about Deep Blue's estimated ELO rating of 2700, close behind Kasparov, he stated that its abilities were wildly inconsistent, saying, 2700 maybe, but 3100 in some positions and 2300 in others. Despite Deep Blue's loss, IBM's investment in Shu's chess computer had already achieved their goals. As a result of their newfound notoriety, IBM not only had become a commonly recognizable company in America and abroad, but its stock had risen by $3.3 billion in the week following the match. Shortly afterward, IBM signed a contract with Kasparov to play a rematch the following year. But Shu's team was feeling much different. They knew that Deep Blue hadn't been prepared as they would have liked, and now Kasparov had revealed many of the weaknesses that they might otherwise have overlooked. Even as Deep Blue was playing, they were considering methods to improve it. Beyond the practical considerations, this week had given them something perhaps just as important: determination. Throughout the match, Kasparov had made surprising decisions, foregoing peace sacrifices that he otherwise would have taken for one simple reason. While he was confident that he could defeat a human with his typical mode of play, he knew that a computer was a much different opponent, one who was unfazed by brutal tactics such that Kasparov enjoyed. However strong his calculations may have been, he recognized that using them against Deep Blue was inviting defeat, and he had shifted to slower strategies just barely in time to take victory. At the time, he hadn't known just how incomplete Deep Blue was, and after the rematch was scheduled for the following year, he had assumed that it wouldn't be possible to substantially improve upon its abilities before then. But for the last 12 years, the work of Feng Xiong Shu had been underestimated time and again, and in every instance, this overconfidence had led to ruin for his opponents. Before the 1996 match with Kasparov, Shu had theorized numerous potential software improvements, and after the match, he had conceptions of new chips as well, but not to increase the search speed. As Claude E. Shannon had stated in his paper from 1949, faster search speeds provide exponentially diminishing returns, and to the team, it was clear that it wasn't the search speed that was limiting Deep Blue. Instead, they resolved that they needed to improve its evaluation capabilities. To recognize its weaknesses, IBM hired chess grandmasters to visit and play against it, so that they could offer their insights and opinions, and all of these were used to tune its evaluations, helping it recognize opportunities and how to reach more powerful positions. Gradually, its strategic capabilities were improving. The team recognized that if they could improve this aspect of Deep Blue's play enough, then they could eliminate any obvious counterplay from Kasparov. But IBM had their own designs. After losing to Kasparov, their stock had risen tremendously. What would happen if Deep Blue won? As the year passed, Kasparov began to grow unnerved. Before, IBM had been relatively communicative, and whenever he had questions or wanted to discuss with their executives, they were quick to answer him. Now, they were almost entirely silent. After he had signed the contract for the rematch, there were no more earnest discussions about the funding of Kasparov's chess organization. It was clear that, where IBM had been cooperative before, they were now entirely adversarial. This problem was exacerbated by the fact that, much like in 1996, the rematch would be only 6 games long, giving him little chance to discover Deep Blue's playstyle and weaknesses, an aspect much more important to Kasparov than Deep Blue. As the team continued in their effort to improve their evaluation function, they crafted a miniature version of Deep Blue in order to test software changes, which they named Pico, which ran at about the same speed of other chess computers. But in testing it, they received a surprise. Shu wrote, quote, "One day, Murray Campbell mentioned that he had played a few games against the top commercial chess programs and asked me to guess the outcome. Given that Pico did not really have an edge in search speed and the new evaluation function was still not tuned, I answered, about 50-50. Then Murray dropped the bombshell. Pico had won all the games. I wanted to see the evidence. Murray showed me fragments of the games from memory. The reason for the domination by Pico became obvious. In our quest to improve Deep Blue's chess knowledge, we had created something way beyond what had been done in commercial chess programs. In every game fragment that I saw, the relative chess knowledge deficiency of the commercial programs became crystal clear, and I could tell precisely what hardware evaluation features were at play in each game." End quote. However, Deep Blue was still plagued with bugs. For example, the team was once again struggling with the en passant rule that manifested in an odd way. Whenever the opportunity for an en passant appeared on the board, Deep Blue would somehow assume that a phantom queen had appeared in the corner, drastically affecting its evaluations. What's more, it appeared that the problem was with the hardware, not the software, which was much more difficult to fix. Other times, due to bugs in the code, Deep Blue would play a random move. Significant amounts of their dwindling time was spent on discovering these bugs and devising solutions that wouldn't significantly harm its evaluation speed or quality. To address some other issues, they devised a method of controlling the numerous crashing bugs that appeared. Rather than crashing the entire system, Deep Blue would self-terminate the program so that it wouldn't lose so much time with a full restart. This meant that, even with Deep Blue in an unstable state, it would still hopefully be able to play complete games, and this time there was much more opportunity to hunt for issues, though their time was still quite limited. While their evaluations had drastically improved, they still had found the time to improve on Deep Blue's search speed, and after optimizing their program and altering some hardware, they were able to double Deep Blue's maximum search speed from 100 million positions per second to 200 million. But this time, the Deep Blue team wasn't only relying on their computer's ability to play chess. Miguel Illescas, one of the grandmasters who helped tune Deep Blue, would later write, quote, "Of course, we also built in some tricks for Gary. For certain moves, there was a delay, or some moves it played immediately. In some positions, we bet that Gary would play the best move, and if he does, let's reply immediately. This has a psychological impact, as the machine becomes unpredictable, which was our main goal." End quote. In the meantime, IBM was planning their event, which they intended to make far more publicized than before. In preparation, they gathered all of the media attention that they could, creating a campaign to advertise it and posters with the iconic image of Kasparov's face over a chessboard. As such, reporters began clamoring to secure seats in the auditorium, knowing that public interest would be even greater than the year before. With so little cooperation and communication from IBM, Kasparov was beginning to feel nervous, and so he contacted the company, asking them to show Deep Blue's games so that he could prepare. But the company had been shrewd when they crafted the contract and the rules of the match. In response to his requests, IBM cited a precisely worded rule stating that all of Deep Blue's public games would be made available for him to study. However, the games between it and the grandmasters they hired were private, and therefore they were under no obligation to provide them to Kasparov. By making certain that Deep Blue played no public games before the match, they could entirely nullify one of Kasparov's greatest strengths, his preparation. However, the Deep Blue team had access to all of Kasparov's games, allowing them to prepare for him specifically, and thereby creating an advantage for Deep Blue even before the first game was played. Some of his demands, however, were grander, such as when he asked IBM for a version of Deep Blue against which he could practice. This request was similarly denied. The match would begin on May 3rd, 1997, in the Equitable Building in Manhattan, only a 30-minute drive from the Deep Blue laboratory. When the day finally came, the Deep Blue team was uncertain. Again, time worked against them, and they felt that if they had 6 months more, they could confidently challenge and defeat Kasparov, but as their computer was, they still felt they had a reasonable chance. The prize pool had been increased so that the winner between Kasparov and IBM would take $700,000 and the loser would take $400,000. But to both Shu and Kasparov, the money was immaterial. The only thing either side cared about any longer was victory. At last, May 3rd came, but there were already myriad problems. Most immediately, Kasparov had noted a number of inadequacies in his accommodations. First, there was not nearly enough climate control for the playing area, especially given the intense and hot stage lights that were trained on him, and this would only worsen with time. Air conditioning had to be arranged for him so that he could sit comfortably at the table in his suit. His personal smoking room was also several minutes' walk from the board, and when he complained, they cordoned off a new area for him adjacent to the play space, but this was far from comfortable or private. Kasparov's mother would say to him, "It reminds me of the 1984 World Championship match against Karpov. You had to fight Karpov and also the Soviet bureaucracy. Here we are 13 years later, and you have to fight a supercomputer and also a capitalist system using psychological warfare." While of less direct importance and less extensive, the Deep Blue team were given a similarly strange treatment. First, a rooming mishap deprived them of their comfortable space to plan their opening preparation, and during the week, the observation room to which they were assigned was cramped and unwelcoming, unable to fit more than 6 people at a time. Reporters had issues of their own. Those without seats were allowed into the auditorium to take photographs at the beginning of each game, chaotically cycling through in groups, but there were so many photographers that they would crush each other trying to get good angles, and at one point, a reporter punched a security guard. IBM's planning team had so severely underestimated the number of reporters that a new room had to be rented just to fit them all, as major television stations were prepared to provide hourly updates on the games as they were happening. Finally, after months of campaigning by IBM and days of interviews and photographs, Garry Kasparov and Feng Xiong-shu stepped onto the stage, shook hands, and sat down across the table from one another for their first game. They would play outside of the auditorium in front of a small crowd of approved reporters, while inside the auditorium, a small panel of hosts would analyze the game for the audience. The team playing the moves for Deep Blue would cycle as the games went on. This time, Kasparov would start the match as the white pieces. He had hoped to start with the black pieces as he had in 1996 so that he could gauge Deep Blue's abilities, but as white, he felt compelled to attain victory. With little knowledge of Deep Blue's new capabilities, he mirrored his play in the 1996 match and again began with the flexible ready opening. But his next few moves were surprising. Rather than attempting to occupy space in the center, he chose first to immediately fianchetto both of his bishops. A fianchetto is a powerful but safe attacking pattern in which the pawn in front of the knight is moved 1 square forward and the bishop is moved into the now vacant square. This accomplishes 2 things. It creates a safe nest for the bishop while also placing it along the longest diagonal of the board, allowing the player to safely exert pressure on the center squares, though it does surrender space. The reason for this was obvious. If Kasparov couldn't have a defensive game as black, then he would force one as white. This was combined with another idea. One of the tenets of anti-computer chess was to make waiting moves, allowing the computer to make mistakes. Of this, he wrote, quote, "Instead of the normal expansion in the center by pushing my king's pawn 2 squares, I advanced it timidly a single square, avoiding contact with black's forces. It was intentionally passive, almost a waiting move, a throwback to David Levy's old trick of seeing if the computer could be fooled into weakening its own position when left without concrete targets. And lo and behold, it could." End quote. Deep Blue's 10th move was to advance its h-pawn, already creating unnecessary vulnerabilities for its king. Seeing opportunity, Deep Blue began encroaching on Kasparov's space, and Kasparov continually refused to meet it and offer a target. By move 13, Kasparov had not moved a single one of his pawns 2 squares, creating a cramped position on his side of the board as Deep Blue enjoyed the benefit of space. However, on move 14, Kasparov had protected his position so carefully that there was still no clear way for Deep Blue to attack him. What's more, Deep Blue had castled kingside, but now it had demolished its own defenses, leaving it vulnerable to attack while Kasparov's king was safely nestled behind his pieces and pawns. Play continued with Deep Blue consistently preventing Kasparov from making meaningful advancement in his position until move 22, when Deep Blue made a surprising move, pawn to g4, stunning the commentators. People began trying to dissect the move, speculating that it could have been an error or some complicated computer strategy that could only be seen by the powerful computer that played it. While Deep Blue allowed its king's defenses to be eroded completely, Kasparov's was weakened in turn, but not cripplingly so. After Kasparov offered a pawn trade and the d-file was opened, Deep Blue sought to take advantage of it with its rook, while Kasparov closed other files. On move 32, however, the vulnerability of Deep Blue's king began to manifest practically. Kasparov's kingside pawns had advanced across the board and were now bearing down on Deep Blue's king, and the rest of Kasparov's pieces, while not on the king side of the board, were nonetheless either joining in the attack or threatening to do so imminently. Deep Blue still had opportunities, and the position was completely even, but on move 34, it made the decision to initiate a queen trade. After this trade, Deep Blue entirely lost control of the game. On move 40, it initiated a rapid series of piece exchanges that left Kasparov down in material, but as they came to an end, Kasparov's final tactic was revealed. The trade had left Deep Blue no way to prevent Kasparov's pawns from advancing up the board and threatening to promote. Just a few moves later, the Deep Blue team resigned. Kasparov had taken Game 1 in convincing fashion. Kasparov stepped in front of the crowd, grinning and talkative, elated by his victory, but in secret, there was a major concern that he was reluctant to address: Deep Blue's final move. It had taken an inordinate amount of time to move its rook to Kasparov's back rank, and by all accounts, this move seemed worse than useless. He had spent some time that evening with his entourage studying the move, attempting to see if Deep Blue had spotted some tactic that he hadn't. It was clear after a short time that it was still a losing move, but they wondered if they could study why it made this move in order to understand its thought processes. Now, Feng Xiangshu was nervous. IBM had spent all of its goodwill with Kasparov in order to gain every possible advantage, and it was reasonable to assume that Kasparov might turn down any rematch offers, no matter how much money IBM offered, and now it had lost the first game embarrassingly, exhibiting some of the worst of computer chess's failings. But neither he nor the Deep Blue team were ready to give up hope, and they still had opportunities to make changes throughout the week. At the beginning of Game 2, Garry Kasparov was still confident, but the mythos around the match was already building. While Kasparov's anxiety from the rook move had been resolved fairly quickly, Frederick Friedel wrote an article for ChessBase exaggerating the mental strain the move had caused Kasparov, and others spoke of the game in reverent tones, discussing how some of Deep Blue's moves had actually been genius, with different justifications. As Game 2 began, many expected Kasparov to continue using anti-computer strategies as much as possible, and at first, this appeared to be the case. When Deep Blue played the king's pawn opening, Kasparov responded in kind, showing that he was still unwilling to play his favorite Sicilian defense in favor of a closed center position. After Deep Blue's showing in Game 1, many spectators, including the commentators, had foregone any chance of Deep Blue winning the match and had already begun to berate it for allowing Kasparov to keep the position closed, where computers usually struggle. But Shu was unconcerned. Deep Blue continued with the Ruy Lopez opening, a well-explored series of moves known popularly as the Spanish torture, due in part to the way that White's bishop restricts Black's knight by pinning it to its king. The game continued conventionally for a time, with Kasparov advancing his pieces much more aggressively than he had in the first game. On why he had changed his strategy, he wrote, "After seeing how aggressively the machine played when given the chance, we decided that using the same passive anti-computer strategy with Black would be too dangerous. With white, I could control the pace of the game much better and wait for my chances. With black, it would be safer to play a known opening, even if it was in Deep Blue's book, especially if it was a closed opening where it would have difficulty finding a plan. The downside with this strategy, as in all the games, was that it wasn't my style either. While I was playing anti-computer chess, I was also playing anti-Kasparov chess. End quote. Going into the middle game, the position was hopelessly closed, a common feature of the Ruy Lopez and another reason that it's known as the Spanish torture. Neither side has much obvious opportunity besides simply improving their position in vague ways. While Kasparov's pieces were largely trapped on his side of the board, this was agreeable to him due to the way that it would frustrate a typical computer. But as the game went on, Deep Blue's play grew strange. On move 16, it played A4, a move described by Illescas as theoretical. In other words, it was a surprisingly human-like move. The commentators in the other room were beginning to change their opinions. Where once they had derided Deep Blue, they now were recognizing that the position it had created for itself was preferable, and Kasparov was squirming in his seat and sighing heavily as he thought. As he later put it, the Spanish torture was underway, and I was on the rack. Kasparov continued to shuffle his pieces behind his pawns, at one point snapping his queen out to recapture a knight on Deep Blue's side of the board, and then retreating it again just as quickly. But on move 26, Deep Blue again played a strange move. Pawn to f4, another human-like decision that was surprising.
Okay.
Watch point Alpha. My brothers and sisters. They're deep inside.
You ready? You'll be going down deep, and there's no guarantee you'll come back. Counting on you to reach the coral.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Access the elevator and take it down.
That's the Memphis. It's clearly a force to be reckoned with.
It's changed its combat routine, Raven. Watch out for those plasma missiles.
AP at 50%.
It's tracking you, 621.
Evasive action.
You've got it in your sights now, 621. Just need to get a little closer.
AP.
You're up close now, 621. Destroy the target.
Raven, it'll be easier to immobilize if you aim for the neck joint. Yankees artillery platform is solid.
Confirmed. Target destroyed. Mission accomplished.
Let's rest while we can, Raven. We've got a long road ahead of us.
No new messages.
Here comes the follow-up, 621. You're going to be exploring Depth 2. The sector's made up of a sprawling rail network designed to transport resources. It'll be a complex route, with a lot of blind spots. Be ready for close quarters combat.
Raven, there's something you should know. I've obtained the comms log from the Balaam squad that went in before you. It looks like they have another mission here, and it's not part of their survey. Guardmechs won't be the only threat. Balaam's agenda is just as dangerous.
Just so you know, 621, my radar won't be able to reach the lower depths. You'll have to trust your eyes and ears.
Main system activating combat mode.
Let's go, Raven. This is where the survey begins in earnest. Structural drawings, the route continues past this partition. Looks like the power's out. Let's find a way to bring it back online. In ambush!
Been waiting for you, Raven! You're gonna die, traitor!
Sounds like you found Balaam's MTs. Eliminate them, 621.
Look at
This should get the power back online. The elevator's back online too. Let's take it back up to the upper level. The partition should open now. See if you can get access. The heat exchanger section's up ahead. This is around where the comms log for Balam's advanced squad cuts off. It seems we're alone. Raven, ambush!
You must be brave. Yes, you do feel rather extraordinary. Person, this is just business.
2 repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. 1 repair kit remaining. Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
I see why boy muscle couldn't beat you. Why he abandoned his red gun pride and succumbed to his frustrations. What a pity. Is that I'd hope to carry your body back in one piece and deposit it at the lad's feet. But it seems things will take
No repair kits remaining. Right shoulder ammunition at 10%. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
It comes. The inevitable.
AC dead sled destroyed. Cold call won't be a danger to you anymore.
Yeah.
Iguazu. We even tried sending an assassin after you.
Defense program phase 0. Intruder identified. Threat level 7.
What was that? Raven, watch out. That weapon must be guarding the steps. I'll see what data I can find.
Defense program phase 2.5. Intruder proximity to critical sector confirmed.
Looks like we're not far from the terminus. Let's find the control room. We'll hack the systems and get the partitions open. Raven, let's look for a ventilation duct. We're underground. There must be one somewhere. Coral has an instinct to gather together. And it seems no exception. I feel a growing urge to move forward. Ventilation duct identified. Looks like it's connected to the control room. We're in the control room. Now let's find an access point. There. That's the control panel. I forced the partitions and the elevators back online. The defense systems should be able to proceed.
AP at 50%.
Seems like smooth sailing, 621. As if you hardly need help from me, but you get so good at exploring.
Repair kits remaining.
I expect that defense weapon will be waiting for us. Be careful, Raven.
Intruder detected in closed sector. Defense program phase 3.0. Switching to termination mode. Terminating target.
Enemy analysis complete. That's the Enforcer, an AI-controlled prototype developed by the PCA. It was designed to defend key blockade centers and intruders. Whatever they're hiding down here, they want them to stay.
AP at 50%.
Evasive maneuvers, Raven.
AP at 30%. AP at 50%. No repair kits remaining.
Phase 3.5. Pilot unit. Release altitude. Reconfiguring energy draw and maximum balance for all actuators. Terminating intruder.
Light shoulder ammunition at 50.
Ready to separate. Phase 2. 30. Ready to fire explosion.
AP at 50%.
You're the only one who can complete this survey. Vulture believes in you, and so do I.
At
That's the Enforcer, an AI-controlled prototype developed by the PCA. It was designed to protect key watchpoint sites and eliminate threat intruder sector. Whatever they happened around here, they wanted it to stay hidden. Should have some data on the next sector. Let's take a break for now, Raven.
No new messaging.
Step 3 is next, and it's where our intel gets sparse. It's an underground cave, blocked at the end by a high-powered laser barrier. As long as it's in operation, no one's getting any deeper inside. Which brings me to the job. The laser is powered by a massive reactor. I want you to destroy it from the inside. Once the barrier's down, we'll step into the unknown. Where the coral's waiting for us.
Walter. It's like he already knows where the coral convergence is. What makes him so confident?
Main system, activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Destroy the reactor and disable the laser barrier.
Raven, let's start by finding our way in.
Just have to restart my phone, sorry.
Watch your footing. You don't want to fall into those lasers.
High-level threat detected. Threat level 8. Defense phase 4.0. Terminator plus.
This area is covered by scanners. Don't let them shoot you down.
High-level threat. That's a step up from intruder. Trace around the outside 621. There must be a way in. Find the pressure chamber 621. Destroy it. The resulting overload will cause the reactor core to explode.
The threat has entered the reactor. Defense phase 4.0.
Weapon destroyed. The pressure chamber is behind that partition.
There, 621. Destroy the target. Pressure chamber destroyed. Get out of there before it explodes, 621.
The partition!
Defense program phase 510. Hazard speed 30 red.
No vital signs. There's no pilot.
Let's institute tech. 621, there's no time. Get rid of it.
One repair kit remaining.
Meltdown in progress. Calculating time until core explosion. Raven, there's only 2 minutes left.
Operating to threat level 9. Terminating.
AP at 50%. Light shoulder ammunition at 50%. Light end ammunition at 50%. AP at 50%.
Did you get it?
Raven, release the partitions.
Airport system full state of motion. Log on now. Accelerate.
1 minute. Hurry.
You've got a job to do, 621. Don't fail me now.
Raven, you have to get clear.
It's gonna blow. Brace for impact. That was a close one. Look, the laser barrier's weakening. The coral's near. That's another solid milestone in our work.
How was the trip underground, Walter?
The enforcement system's silent, at least. Tried to take 621 with it. Good thing it failed.
Well, that deals with the PCA then. What about the corpse?
Arquebus told us to wait before entering Terra Incognita.
So you're close then. The corpse won't be helping each other over the finish line.
Yeah. Arquebus wants Balaam out of the picture first.
Looks like Arquebus is gonna win the race no matter what.
Short term, maybe. But I think 621's going to be the key in the end. And that's why I shouldn't be the one to choose which jobs we take.
Sounds risky. Our friends must be getting antsy.
Maybe. But I think 621's got friends to worry about, too.
No new messages.
Raven? You've got a request from the Liberation Front to go with the order from Arquebus. It was sent by Middle Flatwell. He's the de facto leader of the Liberation Front, and he wants to meet you.
Okay, just check.
Got a job for you, 621. This one's from the Arquebus Group.
Raven, this request comes from our affiliate, Schneider. First, I'll brief you on the state of conflict between Arquebus and Balaam at Watchpoint Alpha.
This is the request from Middle Flatwell, the Liberation Front commander.
Raven, I'll get straight to the point. Arquebus leads the corporate forces, emboldened by assimilated PCA technology. But they're still human, tired from the endless conflict between powers. Open to an attack on their key forces. We want you to eliminate 2 of the Vesper's numbered officers. V5 Hawkins, their officer overseeing the transport corps. V8 Pater, his adjutant. We'll use false information to lure them out from their Depth 2 survey, then ambush them. I will assist you on this mission. It'll be a good opportunity to catch up with a veteran. I look forward to your favorable response, Raven.
Middle Flatwell is the de facto leader of the Rubicon Liberation Front. If he's accompanying you in person, he must be planning to take your measure.
Main system, activating combat mode.
Commence mission. This will be a joint operation with Middle Flatwell, the Liberation Front commander.
They're coming, Raven. Whenever the moment is right,
What could this emergency call from V2 be about, sir?
That's just Snail being Snail, my boy. He loves to send his minions running.
Sir, there'll be trouble if he hears that kind of talk.
There!
It seems that the Vesper's elites aren't easily rattled. Very well. Try brute force. Raven! Is this how it enters? See the other one's Uncle Flatwater. The Liberation Front's originals. Look alive, Peter. Yes, sir. This'll be fun, sir. Sharp. Wonder Rusty's folks will have the view.
2 repair kits remaining.
Let's finish this, Peter. Yes, sir.
They won't go down easily. Stay focused.
AP at 50.
I want to join them.
V5 Hawkins down.
No! V5, come in! V5, Peter. It doesn't sound too bad.
Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
I see old-fashioned augmentation hasn't let you down. Well, always were a hard worker. Should have known this wouldn't be easy.
AP at 30%. Left shoulder ammunition at 50%. Right shoulder ammunition at 30%.
Just made me fine!
VA Peter down. Both Vespers have been eliminated. Mission accomplished.
It was a privilege, Raven. We're war buddies now. Maybe I'll find a comrade in you yet.
One new message.
About the request to attack the Red Guns. Sounds like V4 Rusty took care of it. Michigan's dead. Heard he went down fighting. Balam's withdrawn from Rubicon. The politicians will be fighting their war now. Where there's coral, there's blood. That's how it's always been, 621.
Raven, are we doomed to spark conflict wherever we go?
We're picking up where we left off. Now that you've dealt with the laser barrier, we can explore deeper underground. We've received a request from Arquebus to continue the advanced survey. There was something else, too.
Orders for Raven, Advanced Survey Squad. We've received some concerning information that an AC has been quietly following your trail. Arquebus cannot tolerate unauthorized surveys that will put its coral interests at risk. If you spot this rogue agent, eliminate them.
Where there's coral, there's blood. Remember that, 621.
Who could be following you? The Liberation Front? Another mercenary?
Main system, activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Make your way down to the next depth.
Something's jamming the radar. It must be interference from the active coral. Rely on your eyes and ears.
Is that...
Coral response from inside the creature. Watch out.
Feeding pods for the mealworms. Looks like they're out of commission now.
I'm reading something behind us, and it's getting closer.
Go deal with a mercenary who went in alone, they said. Figures. Seems both of us are too dangerous to keep around. And the higher-ups wouldn't miss an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Hate to say it, but Rubicon still needs me. So, buddy, who needs you?
I see steel haze.
I don't want to dance to their tune, but this time, I don't have any other choice. I'm coming, buddy. I set you both up. 621, make it through this alive. That's your job now.
steel haze incoming.
I don't want to dance to their tune, but this time, I don't have any other choice. I'm coming, buddy. Set your move up. 61. Make it through this alive. That's your job now. Rusty, wait!
He's a liberation friendly.
Rusty, that pilot's more than just a hound. You don't see the potential. Oh, I see it, Uncle, but potential and danger are birds of a feather. You wish it hadn't come to this. Raven, it's too late now.
One repair kit remaining.
My AC can't take much more. Get out of here, Flubber. We still have work to do.
AP at 50%.
You're good. And that's not the only thing that makes you a threat.
No repair kits remaining. Right shoulder activation at 50%.
Something's changed since last time. But you still haven't found a purpose.
Left shoulder ammunition at 50%. Right shoulder ammunition at AP at 50%.
Never failed to impress. But this isn't over yet. Buddy. Find your purpose. Then we'll settle this.
We've lost all signs of steel haze. He's escaped. I'm picking up a major coral response, coming from the bottom of the pit. Let's keep moving, Raven.
Institute City. Of course. No wonder we couldn't find it. I need to prepare before the corps move in. Head back to base and rest up.
Generator.
Raven. I see them so clearly. The voices of the coral. My family. Brothers and sisters consumed by the fires of Ibis. Only a few survived. But after all this time, they finally formed a new flock.
Flock.
It looks like Walter sent you a message. Let's take a look, Raven.
Incoming comms.
Let me tell you a story before you go. There once was a scientist. He abandoned his family to delve into the secrets of coral. His work yielded a carnival of horrors, augmentation surgery included. But there was another scientist. He took his colleagues' sins upon himself and set it all ablaze. Died with no regrets. There's a lesson in this story. Once something's alive, it doesn't die easy. 621. Story time's over. It's time for work. You saw the ruins. Institute City, the mausoleum of the sinners who caused the fires of Ibis. The coral's right there, waiting. Arquebus has ordered us to discontinue the survey and hand things over to the AC squad. 621. We're done with the corporations. Wipe out the Arquebus AC squad and get to the coral first. When this job is over, I'll tell you about the last of my friend's requests. From here on out, Never mind. Just trust your instincts.
Your voices are so close now. This is my home.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission.
Let's go, Raven.
V2 Snail, come in. Requesting backup. We have insufficient force to ensure success.
These Institute relics are such pests.
That's the
You're crazy. Independent mercenary. Decided to ignore Arquebus's orders, did you?
V2 Snail, come in. Raven is landing. Requesting backup.
Balaam was a sinking ship. The Arquebus's stars on the rise. And me. I'll be well rewarded when I bring them your head on a silver platter. Yes. I smell opportunity. Let's read the signs.
He was right to bet against Balaam. That is not
V2 Snail, come in. Friendly AC down. Requesting backup.
AP at 50%.
This is too risky. Commander, V2 Snail. Please, come in. This is Materlink. Requesting backup.
2 repair kits remaining.
Please, Snail, come in.
The Vespers left her for dead. That wasn't pretty.
The Arquebus AC squad has been eliminated.
Secure the area, 621. Looks like you're clear.
gigantic structure in the distance. For half a century. Perhaps it should be no surprise that humanity so desires coral.
Readings are off the chart. You're close.
My brothers and sisters' voices are stronger than ever now. It's like they're calling to us.
Response is getting stronger. We're nearly there, 621.
Light shoulder ammunition at 50%. One repair kit remaining.
This lake, it's all...
Here we are, 621. Arquebus will be here soon. Investigate before they arrive. The coral's rising. It's building up faster than I'd expected.
Raven, I knew Walter was...
Wait, something's coming.
Unidentified machine overhead. A response. It's a sea weapon.
The Ibis series, still functional. Get ready, 621. One more job for you.
This isn't what the sea weapons have encountered so far. It's not just powered by coral. I think it's controlled by coral too.
Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. Now the original masters are
Any coral response. Silent.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
It's resonating. Drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until we destroy its generator.
Flight shelter activation at 50.
Enemy has taken significant damage. I'm picking up the power cord and the resonance. Protect the core.
ATP at 30%.
You can take it, 621.
AP at 50%.
You've nearly got it, 621. You're the only one who can finish the job.
Pistol ammunition at 50%. Right shoulder ammunition at 30%. AP at 30%. Right hand ammunition, left hand ammunition at 50%.
Enemy generator compromised.
It's gonna blow. Get out of there, 621. Is it over, 621?
The coral resonance. It's fading. The machine's resolve, inherited from its creators. Voices from the past, fading into...
No, 621, move.
Raven, you're losing control.
Damn it. They were once away.
Target neutralized. Yes, yes. I left the subject alive as instructed. Only a fool would try to outfox Arquebus. I'll see that the unruly dog is punished and brought to heel. Oh, and of course, let's not forget the Hound's master either.
Arquebus seized control of the coral, and its occupying forces swiftly commandeered the entirety of Institute City. There, they discovered a wealth of forgotten relics. Among them, experimental weapons that the Institute kept secret, fearing they were beyond human control. A group of sea weapons bearing the name of the Central Coral Control System, the Ibis series. Arquebus also claimed a towering coral siphon, abandoned since the fires, the vascular plant. Now, they toiled to repair the plant and extend its reach beyond Rubicon's atmosphere. The Liberation Front no longer had the power to stop them, and the fires of war continued to smolder as the end drew near.
Raven? I have found a message addressed to you. Decoding and playing back.
621. A friend of mine sent a request. Now, this one comes from me. You know what hidden dangers lurk within the coral. The fires of Ibis should have wiped the coral out, but it survived, gathered, and it's been steadily multiplying ever since. Now the coral convergence is growing at an exponential rate. Eventually, it'll spill out from Rubicon and contaminate space itself. The coral must be burned, 621. Even if that means reigniting the fire that scorched the stars. This isn't an order. It's a legacy. My fallen friends entrusted this duty to me, and now it's my turn to hand it on. 621. Feed the fire. Let the last cinders burn. I have one last job for you. Find your freedom.
Raven. Now I finally understand what Walter was thinking. This AC. He must have foreseen this outcome and prepared for it. It's time for us to escape.
Main system, activating combat mode.
I found some coordinates in the AC systems. He's showing us the way out.
Can't believe they put us on sewer duty. It's that ancient pieces of shit they're worried about.
Is that an AC? Where'd it come from? That piece of scrap's alive. Is that Institute tech?
You should avoid clearing as much as possible, Raven. I'm afraid this AC is no match for your abilities. We're at a disadvantage. Let's find a way around them. If they do spot you, your left-hand weapon is equipped with jamming rods.
ECM! Damn it! I can't lock on!
Raven, now's our chance.
AP at 50%. One repair kit remaining.
Here's our way back to the surface. This AC should have just enough propulsion. Is this the outskirts of Institute City?
This is D5 Tater, calling all security team members. Raven, the independent mercenary subject to re-education, is on the run. I have direct orders from B2 Snail. Capture Raven and send the fugitive to the factory this time.
Raven, Archivist is on high alert. Use your scanners to evade combat situations. searchlights. We'll be in trouble if they spot us.
Enemy contact. AC, old model.
Raven, searchlights.
It's Raven! Neutralize the fugitive!
We've got eyes on the independent mark.
Don't hit the core! We want Raven alive!
That's the AC we're after. Capture it!
AP at 30%.
We're not far from our destination, Raven. Walter's message. Is he gone? What's this? I've checked. It's not a trap.
Emergency beacon intercepted. Been a while, tourist. Good to see you're still kicking. Chief's coming to pick you up. Head to the rendezvous point.
Just from what I do. Carla. She must be involved with Walter's mission.
Right-hand ammunition at 50%. Left shoulder ammunition at 50%.
This is the rendezvous point. Enemies detected.
We got Raven! Close to New!
This is V5 Pater. I'm exercising my authority to revive the orders. You are authorized to use lethal force. The fugitive's survival is not mission critical. Just eliminate Raven at all costs.
Right-hand ammunition at 30%.
Raven, there's too many of them. Wait, I'm picking up something else.
Hey, tourist! Having a little trouble?
Carla.
Walter. He asked me to look after you. Don't mind if I do.
Company! It's another AC! Great G! Joe's junkyard?
She's backing this up, Raven.
I don't just design weapons, you know. He'll see what I mean.
There's a lot of them, Chief, but they're just MTs. Should have let me handle this. RAD needs you in one piece.
Looks like we're clear. We better book it before more company shows up.
Sending a chopper. We retrieved the tourist's AC, too.
Once we've caught our breath, let's talk. About Walter.
Augmented human C4-621, entering standard mode. Incoming comms.
Hacking your old AC? You were made for each other. The fact that you're still alive means that Walter made the right bet. All right. You deserve to know what we've been fighting for. I'll get you introduced with the next mission. Let me tell you a story, tourist. After the fires of Ibis burnt the planet up, a secret organization formed, hiding in the ashes. Overseer, the Association of Observers. They monitored the coral's growth, ready to burn it before the collapse came. That was their mission. Our mission. Me, Walter, and our fallen friends. RAD was always a front, a side hustle. It's time for me to get back to my real work. Let's get down to brass tacks. You've been to Xylem before, right? The floating city created by the Institute? It's hiding a secret. A little something to prepare against the coming collapse. We need to get to it, and fast. RAD's entire team of hackers is going to be working to take control of Xylem. I want you to deal with Arquebus when they come running to see what we're up to.
Overseer, the Association of Observers. They want to burn the coral.
Main system activating combat mode.
Get into position, tourist. It's time. I need you to protect that tower until we've managed to take control.
Normalization process K. Deploying Chief.
Chief, I've cracked some of the defense systems.
Good job, Chatty. That'll buy us some time. Looks like you're in position. Chatty, how much longer till we have control?
Give me 5 minutes, and the corpse will...
I'm picking up an Arquebus MT squad.
Well, guess who showed up early? Looks like you're up already, tourist. Give him the old RAD welcome.
I'll support you.
Don't let them near the tower, tourist.
Normalization process B1. Plasma caps ready.
I've got access to support weaponry. Use them if you need the help. Left, the system is ours, tourist. 3 more minutes. Hang in there, tourist.
Now we've got snipers.
Hey, tourist, go clear them out.
Tower shield losing integrity.
Got high-level access now. 2 more minutes and it's ours.
Yeah. That's a lot of
Wait, we've got something else.
No vital signs. They're suicide drones.
You're playing for keeps. Make sure you don't miss, tourists.
The shield's at its limit. The shield's offline.
We're in trouble now.
Reinforcements. There's a lot of them.
Looks like they're falling over each other to get your autograph, tourist.
Raven, heavily armed LC.
You've been working like a dog. Must be Walter's influence. Guy's a real slave driver.
Just 1 more minute to go, tourist.
Right-hand ammunition at 50%.
Give me 30 seconds and we'll have full admin access.
Just a little more, tourist.
Left-hand ammunition at 30%. Right-hand ammunition at 30%.
Silo control escalating to top-level privileges. Owner, Cinder Karma.
Good job holding out, tourist. Now I'll show you what this city really is.
The water level's falling. No, the whole city's rising.
You can thank Walter for the tip. I give you the colony ship, Simon. Walter's parting gift. Let me fill you in on the plan. While you were captured, Arquebus finished their work on the vascular plant. It's pulling the coral through Rubicon's atmosphere, and it won't be long till they take it all. burn the coral before it's too late. Of course, we can't just walk up to the plant and light a match. No, we're going to need something bigger. A lot bigger. Well, figured it out. The xylem isn't just our means of reaching the plant. It's a giant powder keg. Plenty to set all that coral off.
Is that the Observer's plan? The corporations want only to devour the coral. The Observers fear the coral and want only to eradicate it. I believe in the shared potential of humanity and the coral. Raven, I need to ask you something.
No new messages.
Raven, this job comes from me. Air. A Rubiconian. Overseer is planning to burn the coral to extinction. I want to keep that from happening. The only way to stop the Xylem's ascent is by seizing control of its systems. And that means we have only one choice. We'll take advantage of the confusion while the corporations and Overseer are fighting, and eliminate Carla. I understand how you feel about betraying Walter's last wishes and taking on Carla. But still, I want you to give me a chance. I'm not asking Walter's hound, but Raven, the independent mercenary. I was hoping you would take the job, Raven. Thank you.
Main system activating combat mode.
Let's get started, Raven. As always, I'll support you. Carla has taken up command in the reservoir dome in the Xylem's plotting. The only enemies of both the corporations and the Overseer are defeated us. Please, be careful.
Rubiconian apes, out of my way.
That's way too small. The man who captured you at Institute City. It's up to me how you want to deal with it.
You again. I thought you'd run away with your tail between
locked us in.
Well, hi, tourist. How much did Archibus pay you? Hate to see you go. Why don't you stay?
I'll handle the partition. You take care of this. Looks like we're clear, Raven. I've unlocked the partition.
Figured you were beyond some tricks. Chatty, fire up the ACs.
Carla. She's in there.
Let me tell you my motto, tourist. Get your laughs while you can. I don't know what you're up to, but you better make it worth it. Chetty, you know what we're dealing with. Pin that tourist down.
Roger, Chief. Supporting.
Don't let them team up on you.
Walter told me, you know. Looks like you made a friend of your own. But it's good to make a choice. Sit on the fence, you make no enemies. Or friends.
One repair kit remaining. Right shoulder ammunition active. 50 AP at 50%.
Is that all you've got? Come on! At least stay for dessert, tourist!
AP at 30%.
Gotta face the music. Chatty. It's all you.
She's dead, tourist. You have made a big mistake. You're making this hard. I can hear the chief laughing.
AP at 50%.
Guess I can't do everything.
AP at 30%.
Guess you won, tourist. But the chief never loses.
What? Asylum's control center is locked out.
Let me, Chief. I'll take us over the finish line. Inheriting privileges. Owner, Sid Carla. Activating perimeter protocol. Xylem propulsion vector locked. All systems locked out.
13K.
no new messages.
Carla had planned everything, even her own death. Just like Walter, they both wanted someone to inherit their legacy. The Rubiconians are continuing to resist the corporations on the ground, even now. The potential of humanity and Coral isn't the only thing we have to protect. Raven, there has to be something we can do. I'll explain our mission. Carla's last trick has rendered the Xylem inoperable. There's only one way left to stop it from colliding and igniting the coral. We have to take the whole thing down. The lower drive block is powered by large Skirmian generators distributed throughout the area. If we destroy all the generators and stop the ramjet engine in the upper city sector, then we can crush the Xylem into the Alien Ocean without impacting human life. One more thing. I took the liberty of using your name to rally allies to our aid. Beyond scorched skies, Raven fights on. No one has shaped Rubicon's destiny as much as you have. Come and see what the name Raven means to them. Let's go, Raven. One of our allies should be arriving already.
Oh, pink. Hell yeah.
It looks like the guest of honor's here. Hey, buddy. I never thought I'd be rubbing shoulders with the liberator of Rubicon. Every Rubiconian who heard your cry rose up to fight. Let's show them there's a future for Rubicon beyond these scorched skies.
Main system activating combat mode.
D4, Rusty was the first to offer his help.
Never thought the plan would go so wrong. But it's good teaming up with you again. Couldn't have hoped for a better silver lining.
That's one of the Skirmian generators. One generator destroyed. 3 remaining.
Looks like the Liberation Front has broken into Institute City. You should hear this. Patching you in.
Now, comrades, rout the corporations. We'll show Raven. The Rubiconians will wallow in the ashes no more.
Hell
Smoke
yeah.
and scrawl in ash were never going to change Rubicon. Cinders are alive with flame once more.
Surround the plant. Keep pushing them back.
It's time. Deploying the Schneider AC.
Sounds like quite the party down there. Love to see all my hard work paying off.
2 repair kits remaining.
machine from grid 086.
Looks like we got our work cut out for us. It'll be just like when we climbed the wall. I see. The intake's vulnerable. I'll get its attention. You handle the shooting. We've got it now. Finish it off, buddy.
Smart cleaner destroyed. Wait. Detecting hostiles ahead of the silo. Enemy fleet approaching.
Guess Archibus decided to escalate. They must really want us dead. Let me handle the fleet. You've got a mission to finish. I'm counting on you, buddy.
Let's keep up the pace, Raven. We're entering the drive block's core. Watch out for ambushes. There's 2 Skirmian generators left. Once we shut those, we need to deal with the ramjet engine. Destroy the generators, head outside.
Sustaining major damage. We're crawling like flies out here. Target is 1AC. Identification C4. Rusty. He's supposed to be dead. Full barrage! Don't let him get any closer! You're out of luck. There's only one person who can keep up with me. One repair kit remaining.
All Skirmian generators destroyed. Get clear, Raven. The drive block's going to explode.
Bad news, buddy. Something said it's straight for your position. I've never seen something move that fast. They must have finished work on Beltaze.
Raven, we need to get outside fast.
like it's over.
Oh yeah.
I just about managed.
Rusty's signal just disappeared.
Rusty?
Raven, it seems we've got trouble ahead. We need to take down the Xylem fast.
Oh no. Just like Snail. GG's. Pulling out for the homies.
C4621, entering standard mode.
The Xylem is beginning its descent. Now, we just need to destroy the ramjet engines. Let's put an end to this, Raven.
Sure.
We're going home. To
Anything
Rubicon,
you say, air.
the world you saved. We'll also need to prepare for re-entry. Be ready to escape once we're finished.
Yeah, probably. He's gonna smack me around a little bit, but that's fine.
Main system activating combat mode.
Raven, it's one of the ramjet engines. Please, destroy the target.
Engine.
Port chamber is silent. Starboard chamber is silent. The Xylem is falling from orbit.
Sick.
The coral's safe. Rubicon's safe.
Is that you?
Walter. How to get handled?
621. I have to dispose of you.
Walter! But that AC. Picking up a coral response. Watch out!
Corporations. Orders. No. My friend's mission. Eliminate all obstacles.
Enemy.
Whatever they did, you're in danger. We have to defend ourselves.
Voice. 621. I see it next to you. Yes. Kindling for the fire.
Raven, we're re-entering Rubicon's atmosphere. There's no time. Hurry!
Even
At 30%.
not my Walter. Yeah, I'm rocking a deadly combo from the old 62112.
The mission. My friend's wishes. Look at you, 621.
Finger on the trigger.
You found a friend.
Poor guy.
Walter! We have to go, Raven.
I'm gonna handle his ashes.
Raven. One day, humanity and Coral will thrive together. You kept our potential safe. I know Walter feared a collapse. But I promise you, there's another way. Raven. We'll find it together.
She really said, what are we? Yay. Yep. EBD.
Raven.
Huh?
You took on my hopes.
Nice
My
Stormbird.
selfish dream.
Good night.
Now, I want to see the future that you choose. Whatever waits ahead, I'll support you.
My turn? Oh, yeah. I get the hand.
Registration number RB23. Call sign Raven. Authentication complete. Removing MIA status. Restoring access privileges. This is Allmind, the mercenary support system. Welcome back, Raven.
Sounds personal.
Looks like you passed the authentication. You've got plenty of experience. Should be ready for whatever Rubicon throws at you. I've picked up some work for you already. Take a look, 621. job for you, 621. It's an open call from the Arquebus Group, one of the extraplanetary You've got ID. Now you need a rep. Get their attention, 621.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Wipe out the Dafang MT squad.
Enemy attack! 1 AC!
Looks like the Arquebus was hired some muscle. Independent mercenary, huh? At least they didn't send the best person.
Intercepting!
They're just mass-produced MTs. Wipe them out, 621.
This AC pilot's sharp.
Focus your fire!
That burst turned through us.
Damn it! Arquebus really scored this time.
Only a few targets left. I can't see it. Handle it, 621. Confirmed. Unidentified machine down. Get back to work, 621. Wait. I'm picking up new enemy signatures. Looks like reinforcements. Eliminate them.
Commander Michigan needs to know.
The enemy MT squad has been eliminated. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
No new messages.
The client doesn't care who does this job.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Destroy all of the Rubicon Liberation Front's artillery placements.
What kind of corporate mirth?
All to us already.
That's one of the artillery placements. The front is protected with armor plating. Attack it from behind.
Deploy for combat. Destroy that AC.
There's only one of them. We can do this.
We're clear here. Move on to the next site, 621. You're up against mass-produced MTs. Eliminate them as necessary.
Enemy attack!
Head to the final site. Keep up the good work.
There! That corporate dog! Don't give him another inch. We have to defend the artillery!
Clear out the artillery here and our work is over.
Fire! Surround that AC! Kill that interloper. What makes the Liberation Front strong? Forged in act, we stand as one!
Confirmed. All targets destroyed. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
No new messages.
Got a job for you, 621. It's an open call from the Arquebus Group.
To all independent mercenaries, this request comes from Schneider of the Arquebus Group. Dafeng, one of our adversaries allied with Balaam, has introduced a new...
The target may be a product sample, but it's still an AC. Stay sharp, 621.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. We've got a read on the target. Now's the time, 621.
We're under attack! Must be the locals.
That pilot's just a trainee on delivery duty. Don't let your guard down. This AC has reached breaking point. Go for a direct hit.
Damn it! We can't die like this! Red guns need this AC. I just wanted to call sign of my own.
Enemy AC destroyed. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
One new message.
About the tester AC you downed. That was their...
I'm gonna go to bed now.